Good morning, everyone, and thank you for joining the meeting to discuss the third revised straw proposal for the Day-Ahead Market Enhancements Initiative. I'm Christina Osborne, representing ISO Stakeholder Affairs. I'll be providing support for the meeting along with my colleague, Keone Almeida. Just a heads up that we did post an updated proposal yesterday, which includes language added to the WEIM governing body decisional classification section of the paper, as well as a few other minor clarifications, which we will discuss today. James Friedrich, who is the policy lead for this initiative, will be presenting the proposal. He'll start by providing an overview and review the objectives of this initiative, and then he'll discuss the changes since the last proposal, including a review of the stakeholder comments received on the proposed design options, and then he'll talk about the proposed enhancements. We are planning to take an hour-and-a-half break for lunch to allow those who are interested in attending the WEIM Governance Review Committee meeting regarding the extended day-ahead market governance options. That meeting is from 11:30 to 1, and the participation details are out on ISO's public calendar. And then after lunch, James will go over the additional design considerations. He'll discuss the alignment between the DAME and RA enhancements and EDAM initiatives, and then he'll review the WEIM governing body decisional classification. Also on the speaker line, representing the ISO, we have Brad Cooper, John Gooden, Danny Johnson, George Angelides, Guillermo Bautista Alderete, and then James Lynn will also be joining us shortly. Moving on to the stakeholder process slide, we are in the straw proposal phase in the stakeholder process, and we will move into the draft final proposal phase next. We're going to go over the next steps in the schedule at the end of this presentation. And then just a couple of housekeeping reminders. This call is being recorded for informational and convenience purposes. The video file will be posted on the initial webpage for a limited time, and we'll post that soon after we receive it from the vendor. And then just as a reminder, please request permission from the ISO before reprinting any related transcriptions. If you would like to ask a question at any time during the presentation, if you're in WebEx, you can select the hand icon above the chat window. If you join just by audio, you'll want to press #2 on your phone. And you're also welcome to send your questions in the chat, and you can send those to all panelists. These meetings are structured to stimulate honest dialogue and engage different perspectives. We ask that you keep your comments professional and respectful, and please try and be brief and refrain from repeating what has already been said so that we can manage the time more efficiently. And with that, I'd like to turn the meeting over to James Friedrich.
Good morning. Let's go to the first slide. So before I cover the objectives of the day-ahead market enhancements, I'd just like to, again, share with the audience that we did post a revised, or maybe not revised, but a slightly updated version of the proposal yesterday. The major change is that we added our current perspective on the WEIM governing body role for this initiative, and we'll go over that near the end of the presentation. There's also just some minor edits in terms of some figure numbers that were incorrect, and there's also one figure in the paper that was corrected. So the corrected version of the figure is now in the paper and will be presented in these slides. So apologies for that, but we've made it right. So I'd also like to share that, we have 68 slides in this deck. It's a lot of material, but we've allotted quite a bit of time. So feel free anytime in the audience if you have a question to raise your hand, enter a question in the chat, or enter the queue through the telephone, and we will try sort of after each slide to address questions slide by slide. So there should be plenty of time for discussion, so don't be shy. Okay, so into day-ahead market enhancements. The day-ahead market enhancements has sort of 3 overarching objectives. The first objective is related to a new product in the IFM called Imbalanced Reserves. Imbalanced Reserves is intended to provide flexible capacity to meet both net load uncertainty between the day-ahead market and the real-time market, and also to address intra-hour ramping needs in the 15-minute market. So today, CAISO system operators are needing to rely on RUC adjustments to procure additional supply to meet the net load uncertainty risk in the day-ahead market. And the imbalance reserve is intended to mitigate these out-of-market actions by procuring this flexible capacity within the market process. The second major objective of this initiative is to make some subtle enhancements to the RUC process. That's the residual unit commitment process. The first enhancement is that we will design the RUC to procure downward dispatch capability in the case where the net load forecast in RUC is less than the amount of physical supply that's procured in the IFM. We'd be able to procure downward dispatch capability. Today's RUC process only allows for incremental capacity to be procured. The second enhancement to the RUC process is that we're proposing to incorporate local market power mitigation measures to reliability capacity bids in RUC, so that if there are uncompetitive transmission constraints in the RUC process, we can ensure that suppliers cannot exercise local market power mitigation through their position on the system and exercise market power through their bids. The last objective is essentially to use these market enhancements to try to maximize the benefit of the EDAM. So the introduction of the imbalanced reserve product in particular is geared towards providing additional benefits into the day-ahead market structure in preparation for the EDAM. The imbalanced reserve product will allow for sharing of uncertainty across an EDAM footprint and will allow for more efficient procurement of flexible capacity across the footprint. And so we'll discuss a little bit more in detail in these slides where we think imbalanced reserves and other day-ahead market enhancements are relevant to EDAM. Okay. Next slide, please. Okay, so in this section, I'm going to sort of go one by one through the series of topics that we have received consistent feedback on since the last proposal was posted last August. So we've had, various touch points, stakeholder touch points since then, several MSC meetings in which we discussed day-ahead market enhancements. I believe we had 2 stakeholder workshops in the interim where some of these items were discussed. We also had posted and discussed a day-ahead market enhancements analysis document that has various data analysis that's used to support the day-ahead market enhancements proposals. And so we'll go through each of them. And if there are any questions or comments, let me know and we can have some discussion. Next slide, please. So first, the proposal has added additional language to the section related to the need for day-ahead market enhancements. So some of the stakeholder feedback that we got in the last several months was that the ISO has not sufficiently demonstrated the need for day-ahead market enhancements, and in particular for the introduction of the imbalanced reserve product. This was a topic that we discussed at an MSC meeting and also at various other stakeholder meetings between today and last August. So the proposal sort of refreshes the discussion on this section to include newer figures based out of new data that we received, so the data is more up to date. It includes new discussion around the market efficiency that we think can be gained by introducing imbalanced reserves, as opposed to the status quo where we're procuring flexible capacity or trying to procure flexible capacity through the RUC process using out-of-market actions. We've also added a subsection to describe what we feel are the benefits of imbalanced reserves in terms of the EDAM process, where imbalanced reserves were, again, enable the EDAM participants to share in the uncertainty across a broad geographic region, allows the EDAM participants to engage in economic trades of imbalanced reserves, so that imbalanced reserves and the flexible capacity can be procured in the most efficient way over the footprint. Imbalanced reserves also establishes the BAA's uncertainty requirements in the EDAM resource efficiency evaluation to ensure that each EDAM BAA has the way that we monitor or the way that we establish the uncertainty requirements is consistent and equitable for all EDAM participants. I'll stop here. I see a question.
All right, one moment. Michelle, your line is unmuted. You may go ahead.
Yeah, this is Michelle Pito from the CPUC. Hey, just a couple of questions. So the first is, some of the stakeholder feedback is whether the costs and the benefits are going to, or the benefits will outweigh the cost. And in that regard, did you guys look at or what do you expect the cost of the imbalanced reserve and the non-zero bids in the RUC process to be? And I have another couple of other questions after that.
Okay. Yeah, it's a great question. It's a challenging question, as you know. The reason is that to understand the cost of imbalanced reserves requires a lot of assumptions, challenging assumptions at that. One, we don't have the code to be able to, simulate imbalanced reserves using historical data in our market. So in order to try to capture the cost, we'd have to use some sort of proxy. Spinning reserve may be the closest, closest product that we have to imbalanced reserves in terms of eligibility and timing. It's a little bit more restrictive. But the other challenge is that we don't have a sense for, we'd have to assume bids for what the bids for imbalanced reserves would be. So again, you may be able to assume they would bid similarly to spinning reserve. That assumption may or may not be good, but in any case, you have to make various assumptions about how market participants are going to engage in the bidding for imbalanced reserves that make it sort of challenging to estimate accurately what the expected costs might be. Now,
okay,
for the RUC, is there a follow-up, or should I go on to the RUC part?
I do have some follow-ups, so yeah, so I'll let you finish.
Okay, so now for the RUC part, yeah, so we may be able to use historical non-RA capacity bids to simulate what a resource may bid for reliability capacity, because non-RA resources are allowed to bid non-zero prices into RUC, so that may be a little better of a proxy in terms of estimating costs. It may be the case, though, non-RA bids may overestimate what an RA resource may bid for reliability capacity, because some types of non-RA resources, especially some types of non-RA resources, may be considering opportunity costs of being able to sell into different markets or have different opportunities that an RA resource wouldn't have. But it's possible that we may be able to put some numbers there.
So that would be really helpful if you guys could do that, because, if you're asserting that this is definitely going to, the benefits are going to outweigh the cost, it seems to me that you have to at least take a, try to estimate the costs. So would you guys be able to do that? And then I have some follow-up questions.
Yeah, it's something that we can discuss for sure.
Hey, James, this is Brad. Can you hear me?
Yep.
Yeah, I just wanted to add onto your comment, when you think about the benefits of reliability reserves versus the costs, think about what we're getting with reliability reserves. We're getting this capacity and this ramping capability, and we need it. Today we're getting it outside of the market. And then, so you think about the costs are based on the opportunity costs of resources to not provide energy and provide reliability reserves, along with a bid to represent their availability costs. So we've talked about what the availability costs are, costs to configure a hydro system, opportunity costs for external resources, costs to line up gas, especially on constrained gas systems. And so, to me, and then, then we're setting a marginal price based on that cost. So, to me, just based on the premises of the energy market, it's hard for me to imagine that those costs aren't justified by the benefits. In other words, isn't that a fair price for that capacity? Now, I realize we're getting it cheaper today out of the market in RUC, but we've had this discussion, what may appear to be cheaper accounting-wise isn't necessarily cheaper in the long run, and not providing the right incentives and the appropriate compensation and getting the optimal dispatch. So, we're attempting to, it's a reasonable request to quantify the numbers so we know what we're talking about, but to me, even if it turns out to seemingly cost more money on an accounting basis than out-of-market commitments in RUC, I don't think that means that the costs aren't justified. So I just wanted to add that perspective.
Except that we all know that we have $0 for RA bids, so we get those resources and we're already paying for them. And we do have a difference of opinion about whether this is a duplicate payment. And I guess my point is that, absent any estimation of what you guys think this will cost, how can we assume that the benefits will outweigh the cost? And likewise, if you have no idea what those costs are going to be, neither do the participating entities, and so they can't reduce their RA bids, at least for some time until there's some market information. So if you guys could do that, that would be really helpful. But I also want to go at it a different way. A number of parties in this proceeding have said that they expect that prices will rise as a result of this. And I think PowerX is one of them. Are they wrong, or should we expect prices to increase? Because that's what they're saying. And I presume that they're pretty savvy market participants.
Well, the imbalanced reserve product is going to be a biddable product that will be co-optimized in the IFM. And so, to the extent on a kind of like Brad said, on an accounting basis, the, introduction of a new product with new requirements that come at non-zero prices will, we have to procure the product, and there could be, opportunity costs that change the marginal energy price. As well. So, there are going to be cost impacts, but the idea is that, those costs are not new. They may be new to the market, but they're hidden today. They're being paid by someone somewhere, and by having the market decide how those resources become available in real time through bids in the places they're needed at the times they're needed is more efficient than just having a blanket requirement. And so that's kind of, that's kind of our take on that.
Okay, so what I hear you saying is, yes, prices will increase as a result of this. Is that right?
Hey, this is Brad. I would add, no, they will not. They will only increase as a result of imbalance reserves to the extent there's scarcity in meeting both the demand bids in IFM and the imbalance reserve requirement. And to the extent there's scarcity, yes, they will rise, and the energy prices will rise, and that's appropriate. It's appropriate for the IFM to reflect scarcity conditions. And I think that's what we want. For example, in August, I'm already forgetting my year, 2020, when August 14th, I think it was, when bilateral trading hub prices were way above the ISO day-ahead price, I believe. And that's not the situation we want in the tight conditions. We want to have incentives for supply. So it's entirely appropriate for the energy prices to rise when there's scarcity on the system.
Okay, and then I have another question. So it's my understanding that to be working in the imbalance reserve market, you have to be 15-minute dispatchable. Does that mean all the intertie bids would not be available for imbalance reserves?
They would have to, it's my understanding that system resources can set themselves up to be 15-minute dispatchable in the CAISO master file if they're able to move in 15 minutes. And so I would anticipate that for system resources that are participating on hourly blocks today, they may be encouraged to set themselves up in the CAISO system as 15-minute dispatchable so that they can participate in the imbalance reserve.
Maybe I could ask this a different way. How many of the intertie bids, what percentage are 15-minute dispatchable?
Hey, this is Brad. I just have a comment to make there, because this was one of the original reasons we came up with the idea of imbalance reserves, because the feedback we got from suppliers in the Northwest is they don't bid to be 15-minute dispatchable because they can't cover the transmission costs. It's hourly, and they told us, hey, if you had a product, some kind of day-ahead reserve product, where we could get compensated for the cost to position our systems, and then the cost to buy transmission on an hourly basis, and maybe be dispatched, for the hour, or maybe not, hitting in at a 15 basis, that would increase their incentive to get 15-minute bids. So yes, we get a very low portion. I don't know the numbers offhand. It's a pretty low proportion of 15-minute bids today, but we think the imbalance reserves will increase 15-minute bids, because that way suppliers can cover their transmission costs for the hour.
Okay, so let me understand what you're saying. So you're saying that the interties do not bid in 15-minute dispatchable products, so will not be eligible to provide imbalance reserves, but you expect, having worked with the Northwest parties, that this product would get them to bid in imbalance reserve product? I mean, are there guarantees? Have you talked to them? Will this work?
Yes, that's what I'm saying. Yes, and no, I don't think we have. I don't know about guarantees.
So we're designing this product to entice them?
I'll just add. So, we have had discussions with some parties, and if there are Northwest entities that feel, like this would help them move them towards, having their system resources be 15-minute dispatchable, feel free to speak up. But we have had discussions with some of the Northwest entities who are really banking on the imbalance reserve product to be able to provide their flexibility that they feel like they can't be compensated for sufficiently today, because they don't have, they may be buying hourly transmission, and only be dispatched in one 15-minute interval. And so they don't have a way to, because they don't have a way to cover their transmission costs, they're not incentivized to bid on a 15-minute basis.
Well, if this is what it's designed for, then don't you have an estimate of what you think that they would be bidding so that you could estimate what imbalance reserves would be if this is the purpose of it? You know what the transmission costs are, right?
An estimate of price or quantity? Price?
Well, you said there are so many factors to calculate the cost of imbalance reserves, but you're also telling me that you expect that it would be used by the external entities to cover their transmission costs. If you have an estimate of the transmission costs, then you have the estimate of their opportunity costs, so you could calculate it in that fashion, right?
Yeah, so transmission costs would be a component, but we've also heard that, for some of the Northwest Hydro that, they have opportunity costs or other types of, physical constraints that they would consider on top of the transmission costs. So, our understanding is that it's kind of the reason, it kind of gets to the reason also we're, sort of dropped the idea in market power mitigation of having a default bid is because the factors in determining what a party would consider when bidding for imbalance reserves really varies widely depending on where they're located and what type of resource and what time of day and day of the year and stuff like that, that it's really just hard to narrow down exactly what they would bid.
Okay, well, I would say that it sounds like very complicated, and you guys know what our position is regarding the imbalance reserves and the fact that we think that it would be more expensive than using the $0 bid for the RA product that we already have real-time must offer some obligations on. But thanks for answering your question. So again, I guess I would ask you guys to try to estimate the costs of this product. That would be really helpful.
James, we have two others in the queue. You want to take Josh right now?
Sure.
Michelle,
and thanks, Michelle, for your questions. Yeah.
Yeah, good morning. Josh Arnold,
Unmuted.
PG&E. Yes, good morning. Josh Arnold, PG&E. Quick follow-up to Michelle's question. I recall in one of the MSC discussions last year, the MSC requested that the CAISO do an initial estimation of these costs by simply rerunning sample markets with increased spin capacity requirements to try to get a measure of how things would be affected. Did the CAISO not follow up on Dr. Harvey's suggestion?
So I would ask Guillermo to expand on this, but we've looked into it, and like I tried to explain in the beginning, there are various technical challenges in trying to come up with an analysis that we believe is representative, and so at this time we haven't followed through on that far enough to be able to come up with anything that we can share. I don't know if Guillermo has additional perspective on that.
Guillermo, you may be double muted.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yep, we got you.
Yeah. I think James has portrayed very properly the challenge, right? And obviously, we want to come with estimates. We want to ensure that these estimates are robust and reflective of what actually is going to happen. And given the means that we currently have, it's a daunting task to start making assumptions of how things are going to play to try to come with reasonable expectations. But I would turn around and I actually ask what you believe could be a very good way to approximate these costs, given that we don't have a shadow calculation to reflect that market feature that we want to implement. And we would be open to consider any suggestions that people may have to come with a reasonable expectation of the cost.
Well, Guillermo, I'm asking specifically, though, about the request made by the Market Surveillance Committee, specifically Dr. Harvey, to run an estimation based on increasing spin quantities by the appropriate amount of what you expect the imbalance reserve up to be as just a benchmark process. That was a specific request made by the MSC to the CAISO last year.
And that has some challenges, Josh, and I can tell you right away because the spin reserve, yes, can be the closest proxy, but it's not indeed a good proxy to utilize because the inherent features of the spin reserve logic that we currently have in the market is not going to be fully mimicking the features of the imbalance reserve, right? For instance, when we run into an infeasibility, we can be scarce for non-spin. That is completely different approach to the imbalance reserve that is going to be price sensitive. So if we run into a complication where the imbalance reserve is going to economically decrease just based on price, that is not going to be reflected in this proxy for non-spin. So we're going to be hitting these scarcity prices, and that is going to overestimate, inflate the actual implication of the imbalance reserve.
Okay. One question there, I guess, is I was hoping originally, based off that discussion, that this would happen. I wasn't aware that there was additional complexity. It might have been good to have brought that forward in one of the MSC meetings in the past, just so we could all understand from a baseline what the limitations were. But thank you for the update.
Thank you.
Okay, next we have Lindsay. Thanks, Josh.
Hi, Lindsay Schleckway from NV Energy. I'll try to be quick. So I'm just still very confused about how the imbalance reserve product will be increasing the benefits for EDAM because, and maybe we're looking at this wrong, but to us, it kind of seems like it's an additional ancillary service in a way. And so I don't understand how it's going to increase the benefits rather than, I guess, increase the cost. So I don't know if you're going to explain that now or if it's going to be an EDAM or later on today. But anything that you could help explain would be really helpful.
Sure, thank you. And yeah, of course, this would be, discussed as part of the EDAM process as well, and is captured in the EDAM straw proposal. And the best place in the day-ahead market enhancements proposal to read up on our thoughts is section 2.3 in the Dane proposal. But broadly, there's sort of three broad benefits that we point out. One is that each BAA is going to be required to bring to the EDAM enough capacity to meet their 97.5 percentile net load uncertainty, and that'll be enforced through the resource sufficiency evaluation. The benefit of the EDAM market is that, over the EDAM footprint, we believe that the total uncertainty over the EDAM footprint is going to be less than the sum of the individual EDAM BAA uncertainty requirements. And the reason that is because of, geographic diversity. That uncertainty in one BAA that's materializing in the upward direction could be countered with uncertainty in another BAA that is materializing in the downward direction. And so in that case, the uncertainty sort of negate each other. But even in the case where you have sort of multiple BAAs that are experiencing uncertainty, let's say a heat wave in Northern California that's affecting, or Northern California, Northern Nevada that's affecting that part of the West. Then, you have uncertainty that's materializing in the upward direction, and you're able to leverage some of the excess imbalance reserves that are procured in the other areas that are not experiencing such high levels of uncertainty. And so in that sense, the EDAM participants essentially get to benefit by participating in sort of a pool of pooling the uncertainty across a larger area. I have two others, but I just, did you have a thought on that, or?
Yeah, and I guess, so for how we were thinking about day ahead, and maybe this is wrong, but we were thinking that day-ahead would reduce the day-ahead commitments by joining the extended day-ahead market, that it would reduce the actual daily commitments. But by adding this additional product, when you are basically also procuring the uncertainty from day-ahead to real-time, on top of that, I'm not sure that you still get that reduction in unit commitment because you're also procuring this additional product.
Yeah, fair. So that's kind of the second point I was going to make is that, by considering the uncertainty needs across the EDAM footprint, you can commit and schedule resources for imbalanced reserves in a way that will, the cheapest way to meet the uncertainty needs over the entire footprint rather than the uncertainty needs BAA by BAA. And I guess the sum of which should result in, fewer commitments needed to meet the uncertainty over the broader footprint. And also I'll just add one more thing that it's not just one more thing. It's not just also that resulting in fewer commitments, but you also may be able to access flexible capacity in another BAA that's available and cheaper than what your own resources would be able to provide. And so that's, part of the economic benefit is that you can, the regional diversity is finding potentially cheaper resources than your own to meet your uncertainty. Go ahead, Brad.
Today in the Cal ISO, we're committing additional capacity in addition to ancillary service requirements to be able to respond to uncertainty in real time, and not just uncertainty. Real-time ramping needs on a 5-minute basis can be greater than hourly schedules, and it's our understanding that other BAAs do similar things too to be able to meet real-time and balanced energy needs. They commit or make sure certain generation is available to meet real-time and balanced energy needs, day-ahead uncertainty and ramping needs. So, if that's the case, that's not an additional cost in the EIM. Without imbalanced reserves, in the EDAM, without imbalanced reserves, EDAM would optimize energy schedules, and then to the extent BAAs felt they needed to have additional generation to make sure they can respond to real-time energy needs, they would be reserving that generation or committing it on a day-ahead basis, out of the market with imbalanced reserves. Imbalanced reserves would make that commitment co-optimize in the market and co-optimize across the broader footprint. So each BAA in the EDAM would not have to rely on its own resources.
Okay, I think that helps a little bit. I'll think about it some more. But yeah, still struggling there, but I'll just continue to think about it.
Thanks, Lindsay. Okay, let's move on to the next slide. Okay, so relating to day-ahead bidding obligations for imbalanced reserve and reliability capacity. So we got some stakeholder feedback for the CAISO to provide more clarification about the day-ahead bidding rules for imbalanced reserves and reliability capacity, and also to clarify the day-ahead must offer obligations for these new products. Excuse me. So one of the clarifications that we needed to make is that we didn't make clear in previous proposals is that imbalanced reserve bids must be accompanied by economic energy bids. So resources that are wanting to bid for imbalanced reserves cannot self-schedule for energy, at least for the portion of the bid that overlaps each other. The imbalanced reserve portion of the bid has to be accompanied by economic energy bids, and that's necessary because for the optimization to properly co-optimize between the two products. A second clarification that we wanted to make is to, well, I guess not so much a clarification, but we had in previous proposals kind of delayed discussion about, you know, from a California RA perspective, which resources would need to provide a must offer obligation for imbalance reserves, because we want to make sure that, you know, we have sufficient imbalance reserve bids provided so that we can meet the requirement. And so there's really sort of two options that we considered. One is the proposal that we put forward, where if you are RA capacity and you are eligible to provide imbalance reserves by being 15-minute dispatchable, then the must offer obligation would require, in the day-ahead market, would require that resource to provide imbalance reserve bids up and down for their 15-minute ramping capability portion, which also would require that RA capacity to provide economic bids for that portion of their bid. So the second proposal is that, you know, we could leverage the Flex RA. We could leverage the Flex RA program and say, okay, well, we will reconfigure Flex RA to become the basis for providing imbalance reserves in the day-ahead market. We think that the proposal that we put forth makes is simpler. It, you know, sort of no longer necessitates the need to have a separate Flex RA product, and makes, you know, the RA program a little simpler. But we're open to feedback on that proposal. There were questions from several stakeholders about, you know, could we make clear which resource types are required to bid for what products? The must offer obligations for RUC in particular are pretty complicated. And so the blanket statement I can make is that if you're a resource type, an RA resource type that today has an obligation to bid into RUC, you will also have an obligation to bid into RUC after the day-ahead market for reliability capacity. So the same resource types, it applies to the same resource types. If anybody needs help trying to find where they can identify what resource types are applicable to RUC, let me know, send me an email and I can help you find the right documentation. The last part clarifies our expectations for bid insertion. So in the day-ahead market, if you are, if you're one of the RA resources that is eligible for imbalance reserves and you don't provide the bids in the day-ahead market, then we would implement bid insertion procedures to insert bids on the resource's behalf. So for imbalance reserves, likely what that would mean is that if you're a resource with an imbalance reserve day-ahead must offer obligation and you don't provide bids, then the ISO market would insert the necessary quantities at a $0 bid price. Similarly, we're proposing bid insertion procedures in the real-time market for resources that have any type of resource, RA or non-RA resource, that provides or that's awarded imbalance reserves or reliability capacity. If you're awarded imbalance reserves or reliability capacity and you don't provide the real-time energy bids that you're required to based on the award, then the ISO would carry out bid insertion procedures to put those bids in on your behalf. So I'll stop there. I see 3 questions.
Good morning. This is Alvis Svoboda at PG&E. Good morning, James. I had 2. One, just it's relevant, I think, to this slide. You made a comment about I just wanted a clarifying question. You made a comment about RA or RUC resources bidding only into RUC, that they would not need to cover their bid with their energy bid. Is that just the case where an energy bid is submitted up to a certain point, and then ROC covers a larger range than that maximum point on the bid? Is that what you're referring to?
Yeah, so there's a there's a figure in these slides that will help answer this question. But yeah, I was generally referring to that if you are an RA resource that has a must offer obligation into RUC for your RA capacity, I think today the market sort of automatically puts RA capacity into RUC at $0. Then there are, there's flags for what type of resources that applies to. And there were questions about, well, is my resource one of the ones that it applies to? And so I'm just basically saying, if it applies to your resource today, it will apply to your resource in day-ahead market enhancements, where the reliability capacity will be expected up to your full RA capacity amount.
Okay, and then that could either with you putting it in as a participant or the ISO putting it in, that amount could exceed, and without violating any cyber rules, it can exceed your energy bid. Whereas in the case of the imbalanced products, there has to be the energy bid has to be in excess of the imbalanced product offering. Is that right?
Yeah. So reliability capacity in REC can exceed your energy bid. So
Right.
if you have 100 megawatts of RA capacity and you're bidding 80 megawatts for energy, then the expectation is 100 megawatts would come in for RUC to RUC.
Okay, and that makes sense. That's just because in the RUC process, you're still only evaluating capacity and not looking at any energy bids behind it. The other question I was just going to, or at least I thought I was, we've been sort of mulling over this idea that you've raised now in the paper of getting rid of Flex RA, or essentially making it unnecessary to have a separate RA Flex RA product. But wouldn't that be a concern with exactly the point of brought up earlier about imports, that some resources have 1 hour dispatchability and others only have 15-minute dispatchability? Wouldn't you still need to have a distinction between the products because of that?
Yeah, so I think the question is getting at, like, is there a concern that we would, with the existing RA fleet, that there may be times where we would have insufficient 15-minute flexibility, essentially, enough so to justify needing an express product that ensures we have the right amount of 15-minute flexibility? Is that kind of what it gets?
That was my thought, but I think that's a valid way to think about it. Yeah, I mean that you need an additional amount beyond resources that are either hour or 15-minute, which would be in the RUC process automatically. Would you need an additional? Yeah, exactly. Would you need additional capacity to guarantee that you had essentially what could go into the imbalance reserve needs? Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So I'd ask John Gooden to expand if I miss on anything, but I think. The RA space isn't an area I work on much, but I think the idea is that there's anticipation, based on incoming storage and other changes like that, that there's not so much of a concern about the level of flexibility that is part of the RA fleet today, enough to justify having a separate flex product. John, is there anything more to add to that? And if you want to jump in, you're muted on WebEx.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, sorry. Yeah, you hit it exactly right, James. I mean, we see that there's going to be a lot of flexibility built into the system with the increase in storage coming. So it sort of begs the question of, the need for a distinct Flex RA product. given these changes proposed.
I think it's an interesting thought. I would make 2 points, though. One is what you're essentially saying is that the hourly dispatchable RA, which is currently a significant, I think, part of import RA, currently a pretty significant part of your RA procurement, would be entirely unnecessary. You could cover the entire need through 15-minute dispatchable resources. And so those hourly dispatchable imports would no longer be needed for capacity. I think that's one thing I would infer from that. And the other question I would have is, have you adequately defined how storage will participate in this? Because I am not clear yet. I think that's something probably you do want to define more clearly for the final proposal anyway. So thank you very much. I really appreciate your engaging on that point.
Yeah, you bet, Alba.
Yeah, thanks, Alba. And I take the feedback of, we try to add a little bit more information into the DAME about how energy storage would interact. And that may be a piece that's missing that we can make explicit for the next proposal, how offer obligations would extend to, we do write a little bit about it in the section of the paper that relates to the energy storage enhancements of trying to describe how the proposed energy storage resource model, because the bids are based on state of charge, how it would essentially carry out their obligation in real time to meet their imbalanced reserve and reliability capacity awards. But we should probably think more about, even in a day-ahead market, what those requirements would be. Because the 15-minute ramping capability of a storage resource is, probably the entire capacity of maybe the entire capacity of the resource. So, we'll have to think about that and make that clear.
Yeah, and that actually reminds me, even though this is sort of jumping ahead, but I just want to make this point. That section sort of seemed to be moving in the direction which was not brought out in the Energy Storage Enhancements Initiative, that you're essentially looking at that model as replacing the NGR model. And I think instead of doing it that way, you at least want to say, how would NGR also participate in this model? Because I think it may be, if only because people wouldn't trust the new model initially, you're going to have a substantial amount of storage that would stick with the NGR model until they have very clear assurance that they can map everything that they are doing into the new model and not see any unforeseen consequences.
Yeah, sorry to give that impression. I didn't mean to give the impression that the energy storage resource model would replace NGR. I just thought it was necessary because of the way energy storage resources bid based on state of charge, but the capacity awards, are in megawatts, that there'd have to, may make it a little trickier to determine, what do I need to bid if I'm an ESR resource to meet my capacity awards that are in different units than the way I did, kind of thing.
I thought it was well described. I thought it was well described. I just thought, because of the fact that you don't have a similar, similarly addressing the prevailing storage model, I was a little concerned about it seeming to imply that you had to go to the new model for this whole thing to work. So, and given that you just stated that storage is kind of one of the linchpins of your assumptions about the future, I think you certainly want to make that as clear as possible. And I appreciated you're doing it for the energy storage, the new model as well.
Okay, good. So yeah, we can consider trying to consolidate for both models, ESR and NGR, the implications into a single section to make that clear. That's good feedback. Thank you.
Thanks, Alba. We have Alan next.
Hi, Alan Mack, SDG&E. So let me just be clear on this. A big part of the benefit that you're expecting to get is to get external resources bidding on the interties into imbalanced reserves to regionalize or at least expand the footprint of resources providing support to your market uncertainty. Am I hearing that right?
Yeah, that's certainly part of it. And I guess a related benefit is that, in order for, import resources to be able to provide imbalanced reserves, they have to set themselves up in the CAISO system as 15-minute dispatchable, which also has benefits in terms of, the real-time market flexibility, not just, even if they didn't get an imbalanced reserve award and they're, participating on a 15-minute basis, that still gives, more flexibility in that sense.
So here's my follow-up then. I'm reading on this slide that any resource offering into imbalanced reserves has to have an accompanying economic energy bid, and I'm separately reading in the EDAM straw proposal, which I fully expected to be there, that you are not planning to allow economic bidding on the interties. And so it seems to me that there's a conflict there.
Yeah, maybe Danny can jump in if this is wrong, but I think that the proposal in EDAM is that we would allow economic bidding on the CAISO intertie, but not economic bidding on the interties of other EDAM participants. Is that right, Danny?
Yeah, James, that's right. And then I think I'd add to it that the plan would be to still allow economic bidding on CAISO interties with non-EDAM BAAs.
Yeah,
Okay.
and to an extent that these if these RA resources, what are RA imports now, if they're participating in the EDAM, they're just going to be bidding as part of the EDAM and not specifically on the CAISO tie. If they're if they're located within a BAA that's participating in the EDAM.
Okay, but then it still seems to me that if I'm a non-CAISO EDAM entity, it seems like maybe the imbalanced reserve product isn't quite giving me the advertised benefit because you can't get the import bids then, right?
Well, you can get imbalanced reserve transfers in. We try to separate in EDAM the import and export. We try to separate that as meaning into and out of the EDAM footprint, as opposed to transfers between EDAM entities. So, an EDAM entity would still be able to accept into its BA from another EDAM participant imbalanced reserves.
Right, but not from not from a non-EDAM participant then.
Right. Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah,
if you're good with
this tracking.
And this is George Angelidis. Maybe I can interject here to point out that although there's no intertie bidding that is envisioned for EDAM participants other than the ISO, of course, you still have a benefit of having imported energy as a self-schedule, which essentially meets a portion of your scheduled load and makes internal capacity available to provide imbalanced reserves. So you do have a benefit even from external participation because of the fact that energy and imbalanced reserves are co-optimized. So you can use intertie self-schedules to meet your energy requirement having capacity internally available to provide imbalanced reserves. So you still get a benefit. Thank you.
Right, but we're just talking about the benefits of DAME right now, and
well, as for DAME, you have all the benefit because in DAME you do have the ability to have bids on interties, and we envisioned that 15-minute interties could provide the imbalanced reserve product. So speaking for DAME, this is just the ISO, and the ISO does not have restrictions on intertie bids. So you get all the benefit.
It seems like, at least the way you guys seem to be envisioning it, DAME is inseparably linked to EDAM. And I'm just trying to think one additional step ahead, and how does this integrate into EDAM? And it seems like the requirement for an economic bid
is not essential, and that's what I'm trying to say, that for the ISO, as part of the EDAM, you have all the benefit of both intertie bids for energy and imbalanced reserves. For non-EDAM participants, you have the benefit of having intertie self-schedules that release capacity internally for providing the product of imbalanced reserves, because the two are co-optimized.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thanks, Alan.
Thanks, Alan. We have Michelle up next.
Yeah, this is Michelle. I have 3 different areas. So one of which is, I just want to know, one part of our earlier conversation is that we're doing this in part to get the interties to bid 15-minute dispatchable. But have you thought about this? The import RA requirements for CPUC jurisdictionals are must flow requirements. So doesn't that seem contradictory to you?
Can you elaborate?
Sure. Import RA has to be an energy product for CPUC jurisdictionals, and it must flow. They have to bid 0 to -150, and so they must flow.
Yeah, so I guess it's not something I've thought about before, but I guess to that extent, if they're bidding so low for energy, then they're probably not going to be economic for imbalanced reserves very often.
But doesn't that just contradict the reason you just said you were doing this?
This is Brad. That's a fair point, but we do get additional import bids besides RA bids that we need sometimes when load is high, RA is unavailable, or if they economically displace RA. But fair point. But it's not like we're not trying to imply that the business case behind imbalanced reserves is based on getting 15-minute import bids. We were merely saying that is one of the benefits. So yeah, I'm just summing up. Fair point, but we do want bids in excess of RA bids, because they can be. Well, I guess they're not going to economically displace the RA bids if they're self-scheduling, but no one can deny that 15-minute bids are a good thing, and it seems like we're getting overly focused on that. That's not the entire case for imbalanced reserves.
Okay. So my second question is, we're talking about must offers here, and I think your paper says that you are going to get rid of the RA real-time must offer, which has been sort of a cornerstone of our program since the beginning. Can you explain to me whether a RA resource that does not get an imbalanced reserve or an energy bid can export themselves as a high priority export?
No, we wouldn't allow that, and we don't. It's a good question that we don't state specifically in the paper that we should add that.
Okay, could they turn off?
I think so. I mean, from our perspective, they could they're still considered an RA resource for all intents and purposes from the perspective that, if the if operators need them to come online, that they could call on them or exceptionally dispatch them. And
Okay. So if they could turn off, I sort of want to go at the 97.5%. So the imbalance reserve is to cover 97.5% of the uncertainty, but that's not 100% of the uncertainty. So you're turning off all the RA resources, and that uncertainty materializes. How is that better than what we have right now?
Yeah, so we don't expect, we expect robust participation in the real-time market from resources, whether or not they receive a day-ahead schedule. There may be some resources that, for whatever reason, it's so expensive to them, for whatever reason, to set themselves up to be available the next day that they, without a day-ahead schedule, that they don't participate. But we don't expect that to be, we don't expect that to be happening for every RA resource or even for a majority of them. The opportunity to make.
Can I just stop you there? So what I'm hearing you say, though, is you expect most people to participate in the real-time market, and yet the entire imbalance reserve product is paying them to participate in the real-time market. Does that not seem contradictory to you?
Yeah, but the imbalance reserve product obligates them to bid in the market, and all we're saying is that we're removing the obligation. If they want to participate in the market, they can and should. I mean, that's, they're in the business to make money, and if that's how they do it, they'll bid in the real-time market if they can make themselves available in a way that they feel is, it's profitable. Yeah.
Yeah. So let me just say, I mean, the entire purpose of the resource adequacy program, from my perspective, was to have resources when there are reliability events, and we pay them. We have historically paid them for the must-offer, the real-time must-offer obligation, because reliability events only occur in the real-time. So taking away that real-time must-offer obligation is very problematic in my mind. It sort of defeats the entire purpose of RA. I would posit. So anyway, thanks for hearing me out on that. And then just back on the 97.5%, that leaves some uncertainty. So are you just now sort of depending on the kindness of the resources to bid in the real-time market?
Again, I wouldn't put it that way. I would say that, that we expect robust participation in the market from all types of resources, and that includes, non-RA resources that are participating on the ties, and in EDAM includes participation from suppliers and other EDAM partners. And that's how part of, oh, go ahead.
Okay. And that's how we expect to meet the 2.5% uncertainty that could materialize between the day ahead and the real time. Is the robust?
Yeah, but one perspective, this is Brad, one perspective is 95, the 97.5 uncertainty requirement is determined day by day, hour by hour. That may,
Brad, let me
exceed the RA requirement.
Yeah, so Brad,
100% would likely well exceed RA requirement.
Yeah, so can I actually just go at that? So you guys did some analysis and you showed that the imbalance reserve product at 97.5% only covers about 1/3 of the RUC adjustments. And that's what I'm speaking to here. So the operators are making, and especially on high load days, right?
Yeah,
so I'm struggling to understand how this is an increase in reliability.
We have talked about that before. The RUC adjustments are for other reasons than real-time uncertainty and ramping needs. Frankly, some RUC adjustments or some other process will likely remain after imbalance reserve. For example, Frequently, they make RUC adjustments to be able to replace AS if dispatched. That's not part of the imbalanced reserve requirement. So the extent they got to make out of market commitments for that, to the extent that exceeds the imbalanced reserve requirements, that'll maintain. That'll continue. Also, RUC is not modeling 15-minute ramp, so they need to make, RUC is a very coarse tool, so it's kind of like related to the load biasing and the real-time EIM. They need to adjust more because they know they're not going to get the 15-minute ramp they need, putting in just that raw capacity because RUC's modeling hourly ramp. So, my point is those numbers aren't apples to oranges.
Okay.
Maybe we can flesh it out in analysis more, but certainly the intent is not going to, we're not intending to operate the system with a lower margin once we put in imbalanced reserves.
Okay, I got that, but I still go back to the fact that right now we get all the RA resources through the real time, and now we don't. And then I also go back to the fact that we pay $0 for that RA, and we have various products now that we're going to be procuring. So I guess those are my 2 points. Thanks a lot.
The point is, RA is based on a monthly peak, right? I think it's a reasonable argument that you don't need every last resource in the system every single day of the month. When for example, the day is way from the monthly peak, and the payment, our position is that this is a much more efficient payment. This payment would move from RA payments, the imbalanced reserve compensation would be removed from RA payments, much like
Brad,
much
yeah,
like,
I understand, but could I address that? I mean, we have a fundamental difference about this. Like, I've asked you guys to estimate what it costs, and you say you have no idea. That was my point. Suppliers have no idea either. So you'd have to run this market for a number of years to even see what it clears at, right? Before it gets incorporated into the prices. And as we've said, we are undertaking long-term procurement for many years, for 10, 15, 20 years. So there is no way those resource adequacy contracts are going to be reopened. You guys know about the sanctity of contracts, and I assume that you respect that. So yeah, I don't see those being reflected for quite some time. So thanks.
Let's move on to Jeff. Thanks, Michelle.
Did you say Jeff?
Yeah, Jeff.
Do you mean, Jeff Spires. I'm sorry, I didn't see him. Jeff, your line is unmuted. Go ahead.
Hi, good morning, James. This is Jeff Spires with PowerX. I just had a comment on a couple of topics. One of them was the discussion you had a few minutes ago around whether or not some resources with RA obligations would be required to offer imbalanced reserve as well. I think that requiring some resources, some RA resources that are flexible and not others to provide that flexibility isn't the right path forward. I think it ultimately ends up in discriminating between resources based on their performance capabilities, and so you're applying more stringent requirements on some resources than you are on others, and I just don't think that that's the right approach. I think it's better to be really thinking about trying to define the capacity and flexibility needs of the grid. Those become the inputs in terms of deciding, what should the appropriate RA requirements be under that program, as well as determining the market products that should be secured through the day ahead in real time. And then once you've done that, you allow all the resources to provide the attributes they're able to make available, and their commitments to the market would be consistent with those transactions. So I just wanted to give that feedback that I don't think changing what the requirements are for different resources based on their capabilities is the right path forward.
Yeah, I just want to clarify. So the proposal is that if you're providing RA capacity and you are 15-minute dispatchable, regardless of what resource type you are, you will have a must-offer obligation in the day-ahead market to provide imbalanced reserve bids. And if I mentioned something to the contrary, I apologize if I made it confusing.
No, but I think my understanding of what you're saying is that you're changing what the resources that are flexible are basically required to offer that flexibility, whereas the resources that are not obligated. And I think that's kind of the issue I'm trying to raise, is I don't think that disparate treatment of different resources with different capabilities, but ultimately providing the same product is the right way to go there. I understand you're trying to think of ways to simplify things, but I don't think that that's the appropriate solution to that problem.
Yeah, it's an interesting point. Let me push on it a little. So let's take an analogy to the RUC process. You know, there are technical capabilities that a resource needs to have to participate in a certain product, and I guess I'm not clear what you mean by not allowing certain resources to provide the flexibility. I mean, if they can't provide the imbalanced reserve because they're not 15-minute dispatchable, then I guess I'm not clear on why that's, you know, the resources can't provide the flexibility because they can't move fast enough to meet the product requirements. Just could you elaborate a little?
And James, this is John Good.
Yeah.
Can you hear me? You know, and Jeff, I'd like to also clarify, how is that different from your ability to provide AS as an RA resource and the obligation to provide that AS if you're capable? I don't see the distinction.
I think, and maybe I'm coming at this from a different direction, which is, it sounds like the proposal is that some resources, you know, rather than providing the more traditional capacity or energy products, would be required to offer an intra-hour flexibility product, which I think is just a fundamentally different attribute. It requires, you know, we've already had some discussion today about external resources having to set up their resources and their capabilities to provide that type of product. And it seems like this is creating a bifurcation in terms of some resources being obligated to provide that flexibility attribute where others are not. And it just doesn't seem to me to expand upon those differences in what the obligations are is logical to me, as opposed to trying to more appropriately define what are the attributes you're looking for, and then the resources that have the capability to provide that can do so under the, you know, appropriate either RA requirements or market products. So I don't know if that helps clarify what I'm saying, but it seems like you're otherwise asking more flexible resources to just be required to hand that over, as opposed to being able to decide the best use of their resources and make the commitments that are consistent with what they are willing to provide to the market.
Okay.
So that's just feedback on that. I did want to touch on another topic a little bit related to some of the previous discussion that was bringing in the extended day-ahead market into the discussion. Previously in the DAME proposals over the last few years, at one point, CAISO had a more comprehensive proposal that was looking at integrating the IFM and RUC into a single optimization. And my understanding is that the CAISO's narrowed the scope of the proposal here because of a need to at least move forward with the imbalanced reserve. It's an improvement that is necessary in the context of the CAISO markets, and we're supportive of that. And I think, you know, the CAISO has done a tremendous amount of work in justifying and explaining and providing data that shows the need to take that step. And, you know, the obvious indicator being the extensive reliance on RUC and other out of market actions that are being used to fill in the gap for the fact that the day-ahead market is not securing the attributes needed to meet load in real time. And so we're supportive of moving forward with that, but at the same time, our understanding was that the CAISO was committed to re-examining more comprehensive changes that might be needed in the context of EDAM. And so far, we haven't had that discussion. The EDAM workshops really were focused on describing how the existing RUC process would be extended to other BAs. And we see some significant challenges with that. And I think from our point of view, we need to have a forum to discuss what improvements and approaches might be necessary to facilitate a good starting point for EDAM. And so I guess what I'm asking for is I think that the CAISO should consider, when and where that discussion should occur. Is it best in this forum? Is it best in the EDAM forum? But ultimately, I think having a broader discussion that looks at what are the approaches that would best serve the EDAM is something that's important. And I don't think that we've had an opportunity to have a dialogue on that yet. And I do think we need to do that as soon as possible. And I just wanted to provide that feedback.
Thanks, Jeff. And yeah, so, at this time, that for day-ahead market enhancements, that proposal is not on the table, but, we can continue to consider, as the EDAM process moves along, it's appropriate to reinitiate those discussions to think about alternate formulations that you described.
Thanks, James.
Mm-hmm.
Before we respond to Wei, can we have Carrie chime in? I think she had a chat that you wanted to share.
Oh, hi, this is Carrie Bentley with the Western Power Trading Forum. Well, I don't have to share the chat, but I was just clarifying some of the RA rules that were stated. I think in that vein, it would be helpful in the next paper if you articulated them a little bit more clearly in the connection of this. But I just had a quick follow-up to Michelle's comment about removing the RA MOO, the RA real-time MOO. I was wondering, and I'm just going to ask this because we've commented on this for, 2 years now, and I'm wondering why you won't take WPTF's very least regrets practical suggestion to maintain the real-time MOO until after this has been implemented and you could check that this satisfies real-time reliability.
Yeah, thanks, Carrie. So, it's still, from my perspective, the major point of contention for this initiative. And, there may be interim measures that we can take depending on how, DAME and EDAM are implemented and the timing of that. The current implementation schedule has them going in at the same time. And so from that perspective, a transition period of some sort may not be feasible, but if that changes, that may open other doors that we can consider.
I would really suggest you bake that into the proposal and explain why you can't maintain a real-time must-offer obligation, even when you have EDAM. To me, those are not incompatible, and you can maintain the real-time MOO. And that's an important part of our RA program, an important part of reliability. I would hate to have this proposal or EDAM derailed, simply because of arguing over a very important, RA obligation. And then if you did want to remove a portion of the RA program, 100%, get rid of Flex RA. I think you could demonstrate pretty easily that this replaces the need for flexible RA, but I just don't think you've had any sort of robust analysis demonstrating that you can remove the real-time MOO because of this. And in fact, as Michelle pointed out, you kind of already demonstrated the opposite. So I would just hate for this really important initiative to get held up at FERC, by your own analysis. So that's just, I wanted to address that because we have been saying that in our written comments, and we really would appreciate an explicit, response to this point. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Carrie. So I've just two thoughts. So one is that we are working on more data analysis related to the real-time must offer obligation that hopefully we can share in the near future, and we definitely anticipate having by the time the next proposal comes out. So that should help, enhance our discussions around the real-time must offer obligation. We also acknowledge in the paper that, if a local regulatory authority like the CPUC wanted to enforce a real-time must offer obligation for their jurisdictional load serving entities and their supply contracts, that the CAISO would do what it could in terms of providing data and information to help support that enforcement. So, that is one fallback option, but I kind of leave it there. Let's go on to Wei, and then we'll have to move on topics. This is topic 2 of maybe 15 in this section, so.
Oh, hey, James, this is Carrie Bentley. I'm sorry they muted me, but I did have a quick response to that. And that's that the CAISO has a statutory obligation to maintain reliability. And I think kicking it to the individual LRAs really just moves things in the wrong direction. And so, yeah.
Okay.
Thanks.
Thanks, Carrie.
Wei, you're up. Make sure you're unmuted.
Hi, thank you. No problem. This is Wei Zhe from SCE. I just have a clarified question from what I read from in proposal. I think, this draws a question in my mind of why you need this imbalanced reserve product as well, in addition to all the discussion this morning. So I think on the page 14, I think you said one of the reasons for the imbalanced reserve product is due to the granularity difference between the different markets. I think you said the day ahead kind of hourly and real time 15 minutes. So you need some capacity to, I don't know, after the day ahead market, ready for the real time market. It just seems like it's related to the flexibility, but at the same time, we just heard the flexibility is not really an issue for the CAISO to address. And it's just wondering, it's a very confusing point to me, because I thought it is all about the forecast, which would be kind of in a RUC process trying to address. But at the same time, you're trying to address the flexibility. Can you clarify the flexibility is really the reason for this product, for the imbalanced reserve product?
Yeah, it's a great question. I would say the uncertainty portion is the primary driver, but the imbalanced reserves does help with the granularity differences, and how that comes about really is at the ramping times. You have, let's say, within 1 hour of say the evening ramp, your series of 4 FMM quantities is going to be really spread out compared to the hourly, the hourly IFM procurement. And so in those really spread out times during the ramps, you need additional capacity online, a flexible capacity at that, to help you meet those 15-minute ramps. And that can happen even if, you can perfectly anticipate the average 15-minute market load and still need the flexible capacity, because, meaning that you can have zero uncertainty about what the average will be, but just because the 15-minute market values are so spread out, it's still helpful to have the 15-minute capacity reserved to able to move from one interval to the next. Now, IFM does ensure that from hour to hour, the ramp is feasible. So if I move from hour 10 to hour 11, IFM will make sure that the resources are able to achieve that. But what can happen is in FMM, in the 15-minute market, the rate of ramp can be so much faster than what is scheduled then the ramping over that between the hour, that the imbalance reserve will help provide, when the ramping goes up beyond the hourly need, to have that additional ramp online. I hope that helps.
Yeah, that helps. I think, yeah, I think the question to me is, are you really talking about the flexibility, or are you really talking about the uncertainty due to the forecast? Because it's really about the forecast. I think, the RUC is here to bridge the schedule to the forecast. If you're talking about the flexibility, which seems like you're talking about the granularity difference where you need flexibility, but at the same time, you got increasing amount of energy storage resource on the grid. So you're not really worried about the flexibility. So it looks like, this is more of a RUC issue rather than the IFM issue. It just seems to me that way.
Yeah, so the way that the imbalance reserve requirement is set looks at the greatest or the highest and lowest FMM value for every hour interval, and each of those two values are captured as data points. And the difference between those two values and the forecast, the day-ahead forecast, is the quantity that's put into the model to estimate the requirement. Those values can be driven far away from the forecast value, either because there's net load uncertainty happening, so there's some forecast uncertainty happening that moves the forecast away from those points, or it could just be because those points, in an interval where you're ramping really steeply, are just so far away from the hourly forecast that the requirement is intended to capture both the uncertainty and the flexibility need within the hour.
Okay, well, thank you, James. Maybe my last question here is, are the two products exchangeable in the sense that I think, they both provide the uncertainty to address uncertainty, like is a reliability capacity product and the imbalance reserve product, then are then two exchangeable in the actual, when the resource is dispatched to meet the uncertain need, are those products exchangeable in the design on your, proposal?
Yeah. So in the day-ahead market, no. In the RUC process, the imbalance reserve awards from IFM are fixed, and the reliability capacity awards can add on to the imbalance reserve awards from the IFM. Now, in the real-time market, all of it is just economic energy bids. So from the real-time market's perspective, it's kind of, they just come in the form of economic bids. Now, there's a little bit of difference because imbalance reserves, hourly resources can get reliability capacity and provide hourly economic bids in real time, whereas 15-minute resources can get both. So in that sense, there's a little bit of difference, but in the real-time market, they're sort of all just coming out as economic energy bids. So they're a little bit interchangeable from that perspective.
Okay, I will think about it. Thank you very much.
All right, let's take one more question because we have 40 more slides to go before lunch. Laura?
Great, thanks. Laura Trelease from the Bundle Power Administration. And I'll just make it quick, and I don't need discussion on this, but just a placeholder for the discussion in EDAM. This first sub-bullet here about imbalance reserves needing to be economically bid, I completely agree with that, but just tying it to the inability for external resources to be able to economically bid at an EDAM BA border, we have a unique situation where we have transfer loads in other BAs that may join EDAM even if BPA doesn't join at first, and we wouldn't be able to provide imbalance reserves to those loads without the ability to economically bid on the interties. And so that just noting that that takes away our ability to self-provide those, and it's something that we really need to be able to maintain. So we can have more conversation on it, but I wanted to just note it here. Thank you.
Thanks, Laura. And to confirm, you're representing BPA, correct?
That's correct. Thanks.
All right. Thanks.
Okay. Let's move on to the next slide. Do forgive me to allow for some flexibility in these slides because we covered many topics in that on that last slide. So we may try to consolidate some of these next slides in the interest of time. So this next slide, this is something that was already brought up. The feedback relating to imbalance reserves and its relationship to the RA real-time offer obligation. Some of the feedback here on the slide is, was repeated already in comments that, the RA real-time offer or the imbalance reserves may replace the RA real-time offer obligation in a way that undermines system reliability and, long-term procurement decisions that LLCs have already made. The perspective that, we can continue to rely on the REC process to procure supply. That process is sufficient and it's less costly. And that, one area that we haven't touched on but has been repeated is that, one of the justifications that the CAISO makes, or the arguments that the CAISO makes for the imbalance reserve and RA real-time MOO discussion is that, we expect in the long run that efficiencies in the RA market can be gained by moving the must offer obligations into the market rather than into the RA program and RA contracting. We're standing by that proposal in this paper. We fundamentally believe that determining real-time availability based on having the market allocate which resources are available at what times is both a more efficient way to compensate resources through market payments rather than inherent through RA contracting, is more efficient for the market because the market can, instead of relying on $0 bids, can find resources that are making themselves available at lower costs and in places that they're needed, and may promote more, long-run efficiencies in RA contracting, where resources don't have to consider the risk of meeting a RA real-time must offer obligation as they can receive those revenues through the market. That being said, like I mentioned, we're working on more data analysis to inform this discussion, and we're hoping to have that. We should have that by the next paper, but maybe potentially sooner. And then I mentioned this idea of the local regulatory enforcement of an RA real-time must offer obligation. I've already brought that up. So I don't want to. We've talked a lot about this. I see there's some questions. Hopefully we're not restating things that have already been repeated, but let's open it up for questions and comments.
Lauren, your line is open.
Hi, this is Lauren Carr from CalCCA. Can you hear me?
Yep.
Yep.
Thanks. I'll be quick because, like you said, a lot of others have expressed the concerns that CalCCA has on this slide, but I just wanted to add on the proposal for the LRA enforcing the real-time MOO if they choose to. One of the concerns that we had with this aspect of the proposal is around enforceability, because really we think the CAISO is really the only one that has the ability to enforce it in real time through bid insertion, and having the LRAs be the only one enforcing it really gets rid of that ability to enforce the must offer in real time. So just wanted to add that as a potential concern if the CAISO removes its role in enforcing the real-time MOO. And then really quickly, just wanted to echo the request from Michelle about providing data around the cost of imbalance reserves. I think that would be really helpful for us to understand the impacts. But I'll go ahead and conclude there since I know we're short on time.
Thanks, Lauren.
Thanks, Lauren. Let's move to the next slide. Okay, local market power mitigation. Okay, so comments. So there's a couple of things related to local market power mitigation that are discussed in the proposal. This particular slide is not intended to address the RUC market power mitigation. There's a separate slide for that, okay? So this is related to local market power mitigation as it relates to imbalance reserves. So in our March stakeholder workshop, we presented that based on stakeholder feedback that, the ISO has not sufficiently demonstrated the need to mitigate imbalance reserve offers for local market power concerns. We internally kind of went back and looked at the issue, and at the time of the March workshop, we thought, maybe we don't need to mitigate imbalance reserve offers, and really that was for two reasons. One is that imbalance reserve offers are interchangeable with energy, and so to that extent, if a resource tried to exercise market power through its imbalance reserve bid, the market could just substitute that capacity with an energy award and find imbalance reserves from a different resource to sort of move around the resource that's trying to exercise market power, and the resource, and therefore resources would find it really challenging to exercise market power through their imbalance reserve bids. The second part is that coming up with a default bid for imbalance reserves, we've already talked about in this call, is challenging for various reasons that I won't repeat. But we had tried in several iterations of the paper to try to come to a consensus with stakeholders about what a default bid for imbalance reserves might look like. After the March workshop, we went ahead and put together some examples that are now in Appendix C of the paper. And essentially, by putting together these examples, what we realized is that, yes, a resource can exercise market power through its imbalance reserve bids based on its on uncompetitive transmission constraints. And although the previous point about interchanging between imbalance reserves and energy is still valid, what ends up happening is that the way market power is exercised is by forcing the energy dispatch into a higher cost solution. So although, for the imbalance reserve product itself, a resource may find it challenging to, to exercise or to profitably withhold, I guess, it can still drive up energy prices to an uncompetitive level by forcing the optimization to find a higher cost energy resource to replace the inflated imbalance reserve bid. All this to say that would drive up costs per load in a way that's uncompetitive, and the CAISO feels that it's justifiable to apply local market power mitigation measures to imbalance reserve offers. The second part of this is that we are no longer proposing to calculate a default, or to try to calculate a default bid for imbalance reserves or reliability capacity for that matter. And that, in today's energy mitigation, you have the mitigation price is determined by the lesser of two numbers, either the resource's default energy bid or the competitive locational marginal price at that location, which is calculated by removing the non-competitive portion of the congestion. And so we plan to apply only the locational or competitive locational marginal price to mitigation, whereby we would, if an imbalanced reserve bid needs to be mitigated, we would mitigate the price down to the competitive locational marginal price. And I'll just add one more thought that will be covered later in the slides, but may get questions about, is that we would only propose to mitigate imbalanced reserve offers in the case where there's binding constraints in the upward deployment scenario. And so if there was binding constraints in just the basic scenario, imbalanced reserve bids would be left unmitigated. Okay, we'll pause for questions.
Hello, James. This is Alpha Sport at PG&E. I think you know, we've raised questions about the need for the mitigation phase, but I think that's more on just on grounds of the time it takes to execute. I think if we start seeing market power being exercised on these kinds of products, we'd probably be screaming to you that there's a need for that. So I don't think in concept there's anything to object to in doing market power mitigation on these, and I think there are interactions as you suggest. Just one question about the what would you be proposing to do, because this is you know, we're going to have a big bang if your proposal is goes through of EDAM and DAME being implemented at the same time. The effects on prices are very unpredictable. What do you typically see as the approach to the transition period? Would you simply not mitigate, or you might run, but not with any mitigation of actual mitigation of the bids, or because the competitive LMPs aren't going to be available for a period of months, actually, the way you typically do it, or at least a month. You're not going to have, and probably not meaningfully available for even longer periods. How would you see the transition? I think this approach is the right one, but I just don't know how you do the mitigation in the initial period without really putting things in you know, artificially at risk.
Yeah, interesting question, and I might lean on George a little bit to help me here. George, do you envision, you know, for the kickoff of EDAM that we would need, you know, to make or have any special considerations for this local market power mitigation proposal?
No, so we need to, hi, this is George Angelidis. We need to clarify what we mean by the competitive LMP, because I think that's the heart of the question here. So what we mean by the competitive LMP is the LMP at the location of the resource that's coming out of the market power mitigation pass. And we decompose this and we strip out the marginal congestion contributions from uncompetitive binding constraints in the deployment scenario. And then what remains is what we mean by the competitive LMP. So for example, if there is one uncompetitive constraint and contributes, let's say $20 in the marginal congestion component of the imbalanced reserve marginal price at the location for a resource, then the competitive LMP, if we need to mitigate that resource, will be the LMP at the MPM pass minus $20. Does this provide an answer?
Yes, it does. I was thinking you were using like a historical information in deriving the competitive LMP. So what you say, I'll obviously need to look at what that actually means, but I think that makes sense. Thank you, George.
Okay, we'll go to the next question.
Hi, this is Carrie Bentley with the Western Power Trading Forum. I was wondering if you could explain the objection to treating this product more like ancillary services and just capping it. I mean, as you noted, it's hard to exercise market power on the IRU products. So really it's just a concern with increasing energy prices, but if they are within that local area, then their energy will be mitigated. So I'm not sure why you would add this additional complication and not just treat it like AS and cap the offers.
Yeah, fair point. So that's actually something I forgot to mention is that in the March workshop, so when we mitigate in the upward deployment scenario, we propose to mitigate energy and imbalance reserves. And by mitigating, the energy component of that offer actually does remove some of the, I guess, profitable withholding that can be done on imbalance reserves just by lowering the opportunity cost between the two. So in a way, mitigation of energy does help in mitigation of imbalance reserves on a cost basis. I think the difference between ancillary services is really just comes down to that we're modeling the imbalance reserves as deliverable in terms of transmission feasible through the deployment scenarios. And in doing that, constraints combined in the upward and downward deployment scenarios that can drive uncompetitive bids the same way that energy bids could in the base scenario.
Yeah, I actually don't see that point as impacting, though, the ability to exercise market power, because as you said, you would still include the product in your market power mitigation run, and then energy mitigation works to address that concern. Just to reiterate WPTF's position on market power generally, in order to exercise market power, it has to be predictable, persistent, and profitable. And I just don't see any way that the IRU at this point fulfills that criteria.
Maybe I can interject, James. This is George Angelidis. So the difference of imbalance reserves with ancillary services is that ancillary services are procured regionally. So there is no, today, we don't have or we don't propose deployment scenarios for ancillary services. The imbalance reserves, the issue that comes in with the deployment scenario, and it's intended. We want the locations that we are going to procure imbalance reserve to make sure that when we deploy the product in real time, we don't violate transmission constraints. In essence, we want deliverability for the product. But as a side effect of having transmission constraints enforced in the deployment scenario, we have now marginal congestion contributions to the marginal price for the product that they come from the binding constraints, binding transmission constraints. So this is not different than energy. So in the same way that a resource could exercise locational market power by raising its bid, and we still have to take it because we have to mitigate congestion, or if they withhold, they have the effect of raising the prices for the product. This can happen now for imbalance reserves, and that makes it different from the ancillary services. So
I understand the difference between this and AS. Perhaps that was the wrong way to frame it. But I think the right way to frame whether you ever need mitigation is that, is a resource capable of exerting market power, and do they have the right incentives to? Really, the profit needs to be predictable and persistent. And so I think in some ways, you completely have already eliminated your predictability and persistency of capturing market power rents by mitigating the energy offer. Just think about it a little bit more, right? You're adding a complex element, and I think it's not needed. And I think you could expedite implementation of this if you just capped the bid and monitored it. And like I think it was PG&E said, if you do see that people are providing uncompetitive bids and exerting market power and influencing the prices, then you could apply this. But it just seems like a needless complexity given the incentives involved and the chances that someone would ever actually be able or be incented to exert market power. And as you could tell, WPTF just wants this to be implemented. We want it to be implemented upfront and EDAM, and just wants you to simplify this as much as possible. Thanks.
Thank you, Kari. And that's why we provided this example. I believe it's somewhere in the, James, I think we have this example that illustrates the effect of uncompetitive imbalance reserve bids. Am I correct?
Yeah, but George, do you get my point that it's not about the effect? It's about the likelihood
It's
of that ever happening.
Oh, absolutely. I understand that it has to be predictable, but you know, all these arguments we said for energy, and now this product becomes similar to energy. If you have a binding constraint in the deployment scenario, this can become predictable at least for a period of time, because it may be caused by an outage, a transmission outage that now weakens the transmission system in that location, and certain resources get an advantage now from their location. This can happen for energy, and
Or
now this
maybe
can
you
happen for
mitigate.
imbalance reserve.
I just think that's a maybe, because then maybe what also happens is that the energy is mitigated and then the opportunity cost is less, and so they just don't get taken. So I just don't think you've proved that this is predictable and persistent. But I'll stop there. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Thanks.
All right, James, let's move on.
Okay. Next slide, please. Oh, okay, good timing. So this slide relates to feedback relating to local market power mitigation and REC, which really comes with similar feedback as imbalance reserves that, you know, in our previous proposal was the first time that we had proposed a new market path for REC on the justification that, you know, in a similar way to energy and imbalance reserves, that REC capacity is procured respecting transmission constraints, and we want the capacity, if it's converted into energy, to be deliverable. And in that case, to that extent, you know, reliability, capacity, you know, local market power could exist by withholding or inflating bids on reliability, capacity, and driving up the congestion component of the LMP for reliability, capacity. And so we think it is appropriate to mitigate reliability, capacity bids in a similar process as we do for imbalance reserves, with the exception that there's no deployment scenarios for reliability, capacity. So we also wanted to address feedback related to you know, previous FERC guidance on market power mitigation in the REC process, and you know, it had been a FERC ruling in the past that REC market power mitigation was not necessary, and we feel like the context today of day-ahead market that we're considering under day-ahead market enhancements is different than the market context that was applicable during that FERC ruling, especially the fact that under day-ahead market enhancements in EDAM, we propose that RA resources are able to bid non-zero prices for REC, and it's our interpretation of the FERC ruling that because RA resources were required to bid $0 for REC, and that most of the time the RA resources would be the marginal ones chosen in the REC process, that market power mitigation is unnecessary because the price of the product is so cheap anyway, because they're bidding in at $0. And so the last part of this slide addresses concerns that we got in the comments around, you know, whether including additional paths would be detrimental to market performance in terms of solve time. And we deliberated on this and do not share that concern, and in the proposal listed out a few reasons why the REC market power mitigation path would be much simpler in terms of calculating and solving than an ISM path, in which case that we don't anticipate any detrimental impact on market performance and solving the market on time. I'll stop there.
Can you open up Carrie's line, or is that from previous? Can you open up Jeff's line?
Yes, that was from previous. Jeff's line is open.
Hi, James. Jeff Spires from PowerX again. Just some feedback on the market power mitigation discussion here. I think much like Carrie was alluding to, there is, clearly some significant complexity here in this proposal, and it really does include expanded mitigation in multiple ways. The proposal includes expanding on the mitigation to energy to not only look at the day-ahead solution itself, but also to look at the deployment scenarios and examining, potential mitigation or applying a potential mitigation after looking at those scenarios that are expected to be rare if they're at a P97 or a P2.5 probability level. And so that's expansion on the approach for the energy products. And then, as you were just mentioning, also proposing to mitigate the new reserve products, even though I think you've recognized that you don't have a means to estimate the costs of the resources providing that. And it sounds like, not having a default bid at all really is the equivalent to having a $0 default energy or availability bid for those reserve products, which I think is problematic. And then also expanding the mitigation from the IFM into the RUC. So, multiple ways that this is complex and expanding upon what happens today. And separate from that, we're also having a discussion in the EDAM forum about what is the appropriate mitigation approach in the EDAM and in the context of having a broader market with multiple BAs. And that has its own unique issues there, including hydro and gas resources that have limited energy supplies are going to be needing to pass the resource efficiency test and ensure that they can participate in the market. And the approach to the market power mitigation in that context is also something that's very important. And so, I think these interrelated issues are complicated. They're significantly different from today. It really seems like it warrants a more holistic look at what is an appropriate market power framework for the market that fits both in the context of the CAISO and its proposals here, but also in the context of EDAM, because they are interrelated. And I think that there's an opportunity here to take a step back and say, are there more simple approaches, as Carrie was suggesting? Are there different frameworks, including looking at conduct and impact, that might achieve the needs of having appropriate market power mitigation, but in a way that's more straightforward and that doesn't necessarily cause some of the complex issues that we're having to think through here. So I just wanted to propose that I do think this would be valuable to have a broader discussion about and really take a step back to look at this more generally, given the many different ways that mitigation is coming up in the discussion in these forums.
Hi, Jeff. This is George
hey.
Angelidis. I just want to address some of the comments here. You mentioned that this is equivalent to having a zero default bid, but that's not the case. As I responded to Alva, the competitive LMP will be the marginal price that we get for the imbalanced reserve product at the MPM pass, and we're just only going to strip out the marginal congestion contributions from uncompetitive binding constraints in the deployment scenario. So the rest of the LMP there, it's just there. It's not zero. It's actually just reduced by the uncompetitive amount. The other comment you mentioned, and it's correct, that the deployment scenarios, they really simulate extreme situations that, they're improbable. Yes, of course, they're 97.5 percentile. We're inside of those. So yes, they're improbable scenarios, but whatever they are, it's a mechanism for us to guarantee or assure deliverability of the product under a wide range of scenarios that we cannot, of course, implement for performance reasons. So we select the most extreme one. If that is the most extreme, that's also debatable. It doesn't matter, though, whatever we select, the congestion contributions from binding constraints in that deployment scenario, whatever that scenario is, the fact of the matter is that they factor into the day-ahead marginal price that will be used for settlement of the product in the day-ahead market. So because we see a great similarity of how local market of how market power can be exercised locally for energy commodity with this product here that has similar concepts of transmission constraints that could be predictable certain times of the year when outages happen, we are concerned that we must have some mechanism for providing mitigation for imbalanced reserve bids, because otherwise we see that there could be a potential for the exercise of local market power that can boost the prices to uncompetitive levels. And, you know, I sympathize with what you and Kari say, that we need to get some more experience in this, but at the onset of the market, and I'm speaking about both markets here, DAME and EDAM, there's not much difference in the local market power mitigation between those two. Better safe than sorry. That's what I have to say.
Thanks, George. Oh, sorry. Can you hear me?
Yep, we can still hear you.
Oh, okay. I appreciate that feedback, George. I mean, and we're certainly supportive of having appropriate measures to protect against market power. I don't think what you're saying, though, takes away from my broader point of the complexity here and the expanded approach to multiple areas that are at a minimum difficult to assess what they mean because, of course, they're complicated. You know, you mentioned the competitive LMP. I understand that the competitive LMP is an element of the mitigation, but as you know, we had a very lengthy dialogue about establishing a hydro default energy bid, because ultimately having an appropriate default energy bid is one protection against market power mitigation resulting in having your offer price lowered below your costs. And so having that default energy bid be accurate enough to provide that protection is something that's important. And that's why we spent considerable time on that topic. And that's independent from the fact that there's also a competitive LMP. So I don't think that those are related. I understand there's a competitive LMP, but again, I think having a default bid that provides some measure of protection to the resource to not be mitigated below its cost is something that's important. But that aside, I think the broad point I was trying to make is that this is touching on many different topics, and it is complicated. It also extends to EDAM and the outcomes there, and it does seem warranted for us to be looking at this more comprehensively.
Okay, next we have Josh.
Yeah, good morning again. Josh Arnold, PG&E. I wanted to raise some questions about this bullet point you have regarding the prior FERC rulings. I'm a little concerned that you're saying that you believe that the market contexts have changed sufficiently, but I'm not sure that they have. Obviously, FERC would be the entity that would have to make that determination. Have you thought about actually documenting your logic as to why you think the context has changed sufficiently somewhere in writing, so that we can at least review the assumptions that you've put into it and see if it's even worth spending the time on all this? I mean, FERC rulings are binding for a reason, and FERC doesn't have a huge history of changing rulings once they've been issued. I just wanted to put that out there.
Yeah, so that's a good comment. So somewhere in the proposal in the RUC market power mitigation section, we write a little bit, or it may be actually in section 2, where we respond to this comment, that really the market context that's changing is the way the RA is participating. At least that's the way we're proposing it. And so, within the prior FERC ruling, the basis for their decision not to, or to reject market power mitigation in RUC was that it was unnecessary because RA resources are participating at $0 in RUC, and therefore the cost impact of trying to exercise market power would be minimal. And in any case, in day-ahead market enhancements, we're proposing that all resources are able to bid cost freely, $0 or non-$0 costs, and therefore that context that they made that decision under no longer applies, and that appropriateness of local market power mitigation would be, similar to energy or imbalance reserves in that context.
Okay, that brings me to my follow-up point, which is that I recall that the requirement for RA resources to bid $0 is itself based on a FERC ruling regarding double payment for capacity. Since these resources have already been paid for their capacity under contract, FERC had ruled that they were not eligible to receive additional compensation through the RUC process, having already been paid. So it seems like you're saying the context doesn't apply because you're now backing into another FERC rule that you haven't explained why you can break. I mean, I'm not disagreeing with this concept in a non-RA system, perhaps in the EDAM, but that's an EDAM issue, not necessarily a DAME issue.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, maybe we can look further. Maybe we can look further into that because in the paper we don't make that connection, and it's probably appropriate to continue to look into that.
Thanks.
As part of the context. Yep. Thanks, Josh.
Thanks, Josh. Are you ready to move on to the next page? James?
Yes, please. Yes, please.
Next slide, please. Thanks.
Okay. This slide relates to feedback that we got from stakeholders, also from the Market Surveillance Committee, that the 15-minute nature of imbalance reserves is potentially overly restrictive in the sense that uncertainty in the real-time market is correlated with itself sort of hour by hour. So what I mean by that is, the imbalance reserve requirement is set based on uncertainty between the day-ahead market and the real-time market, but some of that uncertainty may materialize in advance of when the product is going to be deployed, and therefore you don't need necessarily all of the product to be procured on a 15-minute basis. I think that we acknowledge this point. Our response is that we will implement the imbalance reserve product to have these parameters be adjustable so that after some experience is gained with the product, we can evaluate whether or not including additional maybe additional ramp times or iterations of the product is necessary. Of course, having maybe a 15-minute ramping requirement and a 60-minute ramping requirement or something along those lines would require additional implementation complexity. It also introduces complexity related to settlements. There's an imbalance reserve deviation settlement that's going on. And so we think at this time that based on the complexity of potentially considering additional products or introducing that additional complexity, that we would first evaluate after implementation to see whether or not it's necessary to allow for longer ramping resources to participate in imbalance reserves. Okay. Next slide. This slide relates to the new proposal related to how imbalance reserves will be procured under scarcity. So in the previous proposal, we have proposed to procure imbalance, set a penalty price for imbalance reserves that would be administered when there's insufficient supply to meet the imbalance reserve requirement, and that penalty price would be set at a level that was higher than low priority self-scheduled exports in the day-ahead market. Low priority self-scheduled exports are self-scheduled exports that are not backed by bids from a non-RA resource or non-RA capacity. And the penalty price would also be set to a level lower than self-scheduled load obviously, that we would relax the imbalance reserve procurement before we would relax the power balance constraint. The feedback that we got was that the way that we had proposed this, in particular, that the large differences between the scheduling run value, penalty price value, and the pricing run penalty price value could lead to some inappropriate market results, in the sense that, you know, in the scheduling run, you may procure imbalance reserves over clearing high price export or load bids or subschedules. And then in the pricing run, because the pricing run value is set to a much lower level, it could result in, you know, market prices that are not reflective of, you know, not taking those bids for the high price demand or load bids that were, you know, demand or load bids that were in excess of $247 in particular was the pricing run value that we suggested. And also that there's just fundamentally the concept that, you know, the imbalance reserve product is procured at the 97.5 level of uncertainty. Most of the time, the product is going to be in excess of the needs, of the imbalance needs to meet the load uncertainty and the ramping. And so from that context, it may not be necessary to procure that an additional increment of that product at any cost, or $1,000 cost. And so what our new proposal does is essentially propose a graduated penalty price curve that the imbalance reserves would be procured, where we would still maintain some portion of the requirement at a high penalty price, but as the incremental cost of procuring another unit of imbalance reserves increases, we would procure slightly less of the requirement, just to ensure that we're not making the product more costly than it needs to be. Okay, so question here?
Go ahead, Carrie.
Hey, Carrie Bentley. This is Carrie Bentley with the Western Power Trading Forum. I just wanted to ask if you would then comment on, if you are implementing this essentially demand curve approach, how a resource would be able to take advantage of market power when you have yet another mechanism to ensure that you're not incurring excessive costs by this product.
So there is a bid cap for imbalance reserves of $247, and in the graduated penalty price curve, that sort of sets the top of the requirement. So as long as you can procure an additional increment of imbalance reserves cheaper than $247, we would maintain the requirement. When it gets tighter and it involves having to make trade-offs between energy, ancillary services, and imbalance reserves, when there's, you know, scarcity, that's when the prices drive up above the $247 mark. And so local market power can still be exercised under non-scarce conditions. And so this proposal is essentially protection from excessively high, you know, recognizing that the imbalance reserves is procured at a relatively high level, that, you know, to prevent excessive price, imbalance reserves driving excessive prices in the market when most of the time the uncertainty doesn't materialize as high as the imbalance reserve is procuring for.
Thanks, James. So I think the way I would frame that then is, when it's really profitable to exercise market power of the imbalance product, because you'd be able to exceed that $249 cap, a resource won't be able to.
No, Carrie, let me explain a little bit better on this. This penalty is a system protection. You can have the penalty setting a cap on the system price for the imbalanced reserve product, but you still have in the marginal price at the location contributions from binding constraints. So you can have a much higher price at the location above the price that is cut for the system at this penalty, right? It's the same like with energy. So a resource could still exercise local market power even with the system penalty protection in place. So let's don't make the conclusion that local market power cannot be exercised because of this penalty. They're two different things.
Yeah, I'm sorry if I phrased that confusingly. I would never make the argument that local market power cannot be exercised. My point is that the benefits of doing so are mitigated. Thanks.
Yes, yes, you can say that they're mitigated in the same way that the local market power for energy is mitigated by the $1,000 energy cap. It's exactly the same relationship. So if you believe that the $1,000 energy cap is adequate mitigation for local market power, then you can draw the same conclusion here for the 247. But it's not the case, is it not?
I think I have more of a nuanced opinion of this that has to do with the interaction between the cap and the ability to exercise local market power above the cap. You know, I wouldn't think up to your cap would be exercising local market power because for numerous reasons, but I know you're in a hurry. So maybe we could articulate that more clearly in our comments, George.
Well, thank you.
Thanks, Gary.
All right, you want to move on to the next slide?
Yep, next slide, please. And Keone, remind me, is our cutoff 11:30?
Yes, our cutoff is 11:30. So I was just going to let you know that we have 7 more slides to go through between now and then, unless you just want to continue after we start. That's just to cover the stakeholder comments. And then after that, you have 28 slides to go over for the proposal that we were hoping to have done prior to 11:30. So that's kind of where we stand.
Yeah, that's fair. And I anticipated that this section would be the most dialogue heavy. So I anticipated this to happen. And many of the things that we're going over in these comments are captured in later slides, so it'd be more just review. So I think we're at a good place.
Okay.
Okay, so this comment in terms of imbalanced reserve deliverability relates to stakeholder feedback that we got that potentially the CAISO should consider a zonal approach to procurement of imbalanced reserves rather than a nodal approach. The argument being that procuring imbalanced reserves in a nodal basis may be inefficient to the extent that congestion patterns between day ahead and the real-time market make the deliverability of imbalanced reserves obsolete because the congestion patterns, the congestion patterns in the day ahead are no longer applicable. We continue in this proposal to believe that imbalanced reserves should be procured nodally. Our perspective is that, sort of better to try to, in the day ahead timeframe, to get these products deliverable, at least make the effort to get them deliverable, whereas a zonal approach doesn't guarantee really any semblance of deliverability. And in fact, we can knowingly, in a zonal approach, knowingly procure imbalanced reserves behind constraints. And so from that perspective, knowingly doing that in a day-ahead market is sort of a waste of that procurement. And the second point is that the locational nature of imbalanced reserves that is gained through nodal procurement, we think is valuable to provide proper price signals for locations where flexibility is needed. And so by having those nodal prices, you're able to have those appropriate market signals. Okay, next slide. So this we kind of talked a little bit about with an earlier call with, or earlier conversation with Alva, but we did actually, I think it was Alba himself who actually requested that we put more detail in the Dane proposal on how it relates to energy storage. And so how that came about is we put more detail about how energy storage resources fit into the cost allocation of imbalanced reserves. So that's contained in that section. And then we added an additional section relating the proposed energy storage resource model that's being considered as part of energy storage enhancements in their relationship to imbalanced reserves and reliability capacity. And we agreed earlier that, we can make go even further and maybe try to make stronger connections with both the NGR and the ESR, the proposed ESR model. So next slide, please. Okay, so this will be the last, I only have 2 more minutes. Now I have 1 more minute. Okay, I think this might be an appropriate place to stop, Keone, because this may drive some questions, and I want to make sure we're not going over time. So maybe we should pause here and continue on this slide at 1 o'clock.
Okay, sounds good. Thanks, everybody. We'll be returning at 1 o'clock, and Ellie Casillas will be taking over for me. So you guys have a good rest of your afternoon. Have a good lunch.
Good afternoon. On behalf of the California ISO, I'd like to welcome you back to the Day Ahead Market Enhancements Initiative meeting. My name is Elisandra Casillas, representing the Stakeholder Affairs Group here at the ISO, and I will be facilitating today's meeting. And I'm also joined by James Friedrich, Lead Policy Developer. As a reminder, for questions, you can raise your hand by selecting the hand icon above the chat window in WebEx, or if you've joined via audio only, please press #2 on your device. Please remember to state your name and affiliation first. And if you need technical assistance during today's meeting, please feel free to send a chat to the event producer. You may also send your question via chat to all panelists. And from here, I will turn the meeting over back to James Friedrich.
Thank you, and welcome back, everybody. So we'll pick up where we left off. There's only a few more slides to wrap up in terms of responses to stakeholder feedback and other changes made to the proposal. And then we'll get into the proposal itself. And at that time, because many of the elements have already been discussed in these sections, we might expedite the pace of that part a little bit. Yeah, let's move forward. So this topic here relates to day-ahead market enhancements and exports, in particular relationships between imbalance reserves and exports. So wanted to make 2 points on the slide. One is we added a section to the proposal that elaborated on how imbalance reserves provide our perspective on how imbalance reserves can provide extra export protection, in the sense that we anticipate the imbalance reserve product, once implemented, will greatly reduce the need for RUC adjustments. And by doing that, the IFM and RUC targets will be a lot closer aligned, and therefore reduces the likelihood of export curtailment in the RUC process. That being said, we also included some discussion that as we introduced a new policy related to the graduated penalty prices for imbalance reserves, in which we may relax the requirement, relax the imbalance reserve requirement in order to procure high-priced demand or load or export bids. And in that case, as compared to the previous proposal where we were to procure imbalance reserves based on a high penalty cost under all situations, may add a little bit more export curtailment risk, to the extent that you may have exports that clear in the ISM that are based on the relaxed imbalance reserve requirement, and then when RUC comes back around, those exports might be a little higher risk of curtailment under that proposal. So we thought we would spell that out. The second part of the exports that more related to feedback that we got in the proposal was there were a few entities actually on both sides that commented that it's inappropriate for non-RA capacity to hold imbalance reserve awards. And the argument is that non-RA capacity doesn't have a capacity commitment to meet California uncertainty, and therefore should not be part of the resource mix and when considering imbalance reserves. We clarify in the paper that there's no direct link between the resources output and export quantity when determining which resources can be eligible to support a high priority export. So it is entirely possible that a non-RA capacity that is bidding to support a high priority export can also be awarded imbalance reserves. And in that situation, essentially, what's happening is that the market has decided that it is more economic for a different resource in the pool to support, to support the high priority export, and it's better to use the non-RA capacity that bids in for imbalance reserves for the purpose of providing imbalance reserves. And again, the high priority export validation just ensures that there's sufficient bids by non-RA capacity to cover the quantity of the high priority export. Question?
Hey, this is Michelle Keto from the CPUC. Can you explain how that works? Because I also thought that there were rules that ensured that the capacity was delivering in real time to be able to support that at high priority export. But if you divorce these two, then you can't do that anymore.
Yeah, so so in the real-time validation, for the real-time validation, essentially what happens is as long as the non-RA capacity bids at least equal to the quantity of the export it's supporting, then it's deemed supportable, and part of that can overlap with its imbalance reserve obligations to provide bids.
So I guess
so that's clear.
Yeah, I guess I'm confused, but let's say an external entity buys that imbalance reserve and needs it, right? So it goes someplace else, but then it doesn't produce. How do you prevent like sort of duplicative counting of it if you have to actually look at that resource in the real time to make sure it supports the high priority export?
So what the mechanism is that in the day ahead we assume that you know, if there's non-RA capacity that's bidding energy and imbalance reserves, that if the day ahead market awards the that non-RA capacity imbalance reserves, it's assumed that there is you know, let's say that the award is 20 megawatts of imbalance reserves, then the market is picking a different 20 megawatts of energy from somewhere else, essentially, to support the export. And that bid would still come in as well. So it just sort of shuffles,
Right.
you know,
Okay.
between.
But then in the real time, let's say that the imbalance reserve product has a forced outage. What happens then?
So the non-RA capacity, the resource providing both non-RA capacity and imbalance reserves is on forced outage.
Yeah.
Well, in that case, I guess contingency reserves could kick in. I'm gonna have to think about it a little bit more. Happy to kind of walk through some scenarios, but.
Yeah, that would be super helpful. And if you could clarify whose contingency reserves kick in. CAISO's Balancing Authority contingency reserves to support the PT export on forced outage?
Okay, yeah, good scenarios. We can delve into that some more.
Okay, thanks.
I just don't want to butcher it by trying to solve it off the top of my head. So thanks for giving me a little time to think about it.
Sorry, so will you guys follow up directly with me or put that in the next paper or send it out to everyone?
Probably both. Yeah, it's probably worth clarifying for everybody. But we can follow up. We can follow up with you separately as well.
Okay, great. Both would be great. Thank you.
All right, thank you. I forgot to mention on this last slide that there's also a write-up in the. There's kind of a similar concept when it comes to the MSG resources. So in the RUC process, we're proposing that RUC gain the ability to transition down an MSG resource. And so there's a new section in the paper that kind of works with a similar concept that of how if that MSG resource was being used to support a high priority export and then it gets transitioned down in RUC, how the validations would work in terms of how much that resource is able to support. And so in the day ahead market, if the resource gets transitioned down, it's still you know, fully capable, or it would still pass the validation to be able to support the export. But then in real time, the MSG resource would still need to provide real-time bids that are sufficient to cover the entire export quantity, or else the supported export may be, you know, the megawatts that have been cut from the MSG may be also cut in terms of priority in the real time. So we added those a couple of sections in the paper to describe that a little bit more. Okay, next slide. There were some clarifications about the ramp deviation settlement that's proposed. So this deviation settlement is based on both the forecasted movement that is procured in the day-ahead and real-time markets, and also the uncertainty awards being the imbalanced reserve in the flexible ramping product. And so as part of the deviation settlement, there'll be a forecasted movement deviation settlement. Today in the IFM, and we'll get a little bit more into this later in the presentation, forecasted movement as a service is essentially baked into the locational marginal prices in the IFM, because the day-ahead market settles all 24 hourly intervals at once. In the real-time market, forecasted movement is a separate payment that's made. And so the idea is that by paying resources a forecasted movement payment in the real-time market when they're already scheduled to ramp in the day-ahead market, constitutes a double payment. And that will apply both to day-ahead schedules for the CAISO and then any future EDAM participants, but would also be applied to EIM-based schedules for non-EDAM participants. We would compare the forecasted movement of those resources in EIM, and then, you know, depending on how they're ramping, you know, have a deviation settlement with the forecasted movement payment in real time. Next slide. So congestion revenue rights, this is not necessarily something that is in response to particular feedback, but as we were going through the creating the local market power mitigation examples in Appendix C, we noticed something peculiar about congestion revenue rights. We'll get a little bit more into more detail later, but essentially because the imbalance reserve settlement is, in terms of its charges, are done based on a cost allocation and not based on a direct settlement with load and VERS at specific locations, means that it's possible that congestion revenue rights may be underfunded to the extent that we're not collecting congestion revenue on the imbalance reserve flows. And so when we get to this part in the presentation, I will point towards an example in Appendix C that helps sort of illustrate this better in terms of how you know, the congestion revenues are not collected. Overall, we don't believe that at this time that it to have much of an impact, or we believe that the impact would be marginal, but we are proposing to monitor the performance, and we've proposed in the paper two, you know, potential fixes that could be implemented if this were found to be a big problem. Questions?
This is Seth Cochran with DC Energy. Can you hear me?
Yep.
Yeah, thank you. So I was reading this and took note of this potential source of underfunding for CRRs, and I wanted to ask you. You had in the straw proposal listed two possible solutions. One would be to model the effect of these constraints in the auctions, or to have a more explicit settlement of the imbalanced reserve product in the market. And I was curious, why wouldn't you just do that at inception, close off the issue, and no longer worry about it?
Yeah, it's a good question. I think the issue is that both options are challenging in terms of implementation and they require a big lift. And I guess the thought is that it's it's unclear the size of the problem, if the size of the problem justifies the additional complexity. Maybe I could have James Lynn or George chime in if there's anything more to it than that.
Okay, I don't hear them saying anything. Did they? I had a follow-on question, unless they had something they wanted to comment or something to add.
Okay, maybe this is George Angelidis. Maybe I can offer some rationale on what James said earlier. So because energy is a more valuable commodity than the imbalanced reserve, we expect that most of the transmission capacity that is available in the market will be used for energy flows rather than capacity reservations for imbalanced reserves under the deployment scenario. So that's why we don't expect the impact on the CRR funding to be considerable. It will only happen if there is capacity reservation in the deployment scenario at the expense of energy flow that is required to make the imbalanced reserve procurement feasible. So we expect that to be a smaller amount compared to what you collect for congestion revenue from energy flows.
Okay. And just so I know, George, when I read the proposal and what I'm hearing you say, is this an artifact of having the deployment scenarios? Because I would note, like ancillary service, you don't have the same phenomena, but yet those costs are funded, through the loads, through these direct assignment of costs. So is it the deployment scenarios that are really causing that?
Absolutely. Yes, it's the deployment scenarios because you may have a constraint that if it's binding in both the base scenario and the deployment scenario, all of the transmission capacity of that constraint is used for energy and you collect congestion revenues. Under some odd scenario where the optimization finds it more economic to cut on the energy flow in the base scenario so that it can use the balance of that capacity for imbalanced reserve flows in the deployment scenario. If that is economic, it will do that, and then we don't collect congestion revenue on the capacity a reservation for the imbalanced reserve. But again, because energy is usually a more valuable commodity than capacity, we don't expect to see many occurrences of that event.
Okay. And is another option to put a kill switch on the deployment scenarios?
No, I mean, it's like the deployment scenario is a standstill in the concept of imbalanced reserve deliverability, and it's coming from it's the extension of the real-time problem that we're solving with the flexible ramp refinement. So it's an integral part of the imbalanced reserve. We need it.
Okay. Yeah, I hear what you're saying. That's part and parcel with the heart of the program. Okay. I just hope that if we go down this route where we leave this open-ended, that the CAISO is vigilant on the tracking and, identification and resolution of any issues you come across. Because the CR market is, probably like a $1.5 billion market in the CAISO, and that's real dollars. And if there's distortions being caused in that market, then that is a true cost to the societal, benefit that the market provides to the ratepayers and everyone else. So, thank you.
Understood, and thank you.
Yep, thanks, Seth. Another question? I just want to point out, Alessandra, that your audio comes in really faint when you're talking. may have to disconnect and reconnect. I don't know if that's just me.
Is it me now? This is Carrie.
Hey, Carrie, yeah.
Okay, good. This is Carrie Bentley with the Western Power Trading Forum, and I apologize. I was a few minutes late, so I missed the explanation, perhaps, of why you weren't going to immediately go down the road of the two options outlined in the paper. I'm wondering, and it sounded like George just said, maybe because it was challenging. I'm wondering if you could elaborate on the effort it would take to implement either of those options. It seems concerning to me that we wouldn't develop that or make a decision ahead of time, because if something goes wrong, I'm guessing it'll take, if it's that much of an effort to implement, that if something goes wrong with underfunding, then that would mean it would take subsequently longer to fix it, right?
Yeah, so the overarching rationale is that the expectation is that underfunding would be marginal enough not to warrant additional implementation complexity. I'd defer to George or James to describe it, particularly why, either of the two approaches, either modeling the imbalanced reserves as part of the CR process or implementing sort of a direct settlement of the products, if they want to elaborate on why that's so difficult.
I could probably speak to that a little bit. This is George Angelidis. So traditionally we settle all capacity services using a marginal price for paying providers. So we're paying the awards a marginal price, but when we turn around to allocate this cost, we use a cost allocation method. That's what we have been doing for ancillary services for the longest time, from the beginning of the MRTU. And for imbalanced reserves and reliability capacity, since they're also capacity, we follow this approach. We believe that pivoting to having a completely direct settlement using marginal prices for collecting from the determinant for the costs, which is in this case for imbalanced reserves, is very resources and demand, will be a substantial change in how we're doing settlements, and will come a little bit in contrast with what we're doing for the other ancillary services. If you ask me, I think in the future, we have been discussing the possibility of having deployment scenarios for other ancillary services as well. And if we go in that direction, perhaps in the future we can examine and have a stakeholder process and an initiative on how we can change the settlement to a direct settlement using marginal prices on both ends, both for supply and for the demand, which will allow you to collect congestion revenues on capacity reservations on the transmission network, which would fund the CRRs. But I think it's premature at this point. This is a new product that we're introducing. We're all concerned about the costs. Switching to a direct settlement will definitely have significant financial implications to demand and VERS, because they will see a bigger cost. It's not a cost allocation anymore, it's a direct settlement. So we think it's not appropriate at this time. We should get the program, this specific service running. We can learn from it, and we can see how it performs. At this point in time, we didn't think it's appropriate to open up such a big change in our settlement.
Thanks, George. So just to make sure I understood, you're saying that it's a large settlement change, so that would be financially costly to implement. And then the second point I was less clear on, are you saying that it would lead to a direct increase in cost for certain cost allocation groups?
Yeah, so it's, I mean, I'm not talking about being expensive to implement. I mean, we're we're having a new settlement process for the imbalanced reserve product because it's new. I was referring to the cost impact to the participants. I mean, it's one thing to, let's say that you don't have VERS for a moment, you only have demand. The cost allocation is spreading the cost to demand. That's the cost that you pay providers. it will be a completely different story to charge the demand a marginal price for the product and then collect congestion revenue as a surplus to fund CRRs. The cost will be at a different level. It will be a marginal cost instead of a cost allocation. So introducing this new product, we think that it's not appropriate at this point in time to make such a pivotal change in the way we handle capacity services in terms of settlement.
Interesting. Thank you, George. I didn't get that at all from the paper, so really appreciate the additional explanation.
Okay, let's move on to the next slide. So we presented several options relating to attempts to account for energy offer costs in procurement of the upward capacity products. That would be imbalance reserve up and reliability capacity up. There was what we detected to be a general leaning towards consideration of a real-time energy offer bid cap. I'm not presuming support for that issue. I'm just saying that among the options that were posed, that one generally got the one that people were the most interested in. And so later on in the slides, we can have more discussion about this particular issue. Next slide. Okay, so there were some comments to the last proposal that some stakeholders felt it was inappropriate that the CAISO had proposed that variable energy resources, that would be wind and solar resources, to be eligible to receive the upward capacity products, being reliability capacity up and imbalance reserve up. This slide is just to say in this section that we believe that, as long as, because the variable energy resources are technically capable of providing that service, there shouldn't be any reason to exclude them. That being said, there are mechanisms that are necessary to ensure that variable energy resources aren't holding capacity, above what the CAISO believes or is forecasting that resource to provide. And we are, in the previous proposal, we had presented this idea of having essentially two classes of VERS, one in which a variable energy resource would be capped, its upper economic limit in ISM would be capped at the resources forecast. Those resources would be able to provide imbalance reserves up, in a separate class of VERS where they bid as they do today with an upper economic limit that's not dependent on the forecast, and cost allocations of those products to these types of resources were different. We are sort of pulling back a little bit and needing a little bit more time to confirm, what exactly we will put forth in terms of how VERS will participate in these products and under what conditions. And so we just wanted to express that it is our intention to propose ways to allow VERS to participate in the upward capacity products, but we're still working on what the protections might be and criteria might be. I should also add on the slide that one way that we are proposing to mitigate concerns about variable energy resources providing imbalance reserves up in particular is a proposal to request that all variable energy resources submit to the CAISO a metric called the high sustainable limit, which is helpful in forecasting, and is also helpful to make sure that the stack of capacity products that are awarded to the resource in the market reflect what the resource is actually capable of providing. Next slide, please. Okay, just three quick things. The proposal removes mention of the transition period. That is because the schedule in terms of implementation between day-ahead market enhancements and EDAM are now aligned. Thus, the intention is to implement them in the same time, which removes the need for a transition period. Related to that is the implementation and policy schedule has been updated. Also, I forgot to add this into the section 2, but there are some updates in Appendix A. Appendix A is a table that describes by resource type how resources are eligible for reliability capacity or imbalance reserves based on their resource type. So there are a couple of additional resource types I included in there. The new energy storage resource model, hybrid resources, co-located resources, and then make some updates to the language around variable energy resources that we just discussed. So yeah, Appendix A should be include more resource types, so hopefully it's a little easier to identify which resources are eligible for what products. Questions?
James, we do have one caller in the queue. Operator, can you please open up their line?
Hi, this is Wei Zhou from ACE. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, great. Thank you. I just want to understand a little bit better from the previous discussion. So can you confirm is that under the proposal, all the resources will be settled at the locational marginal price, and that locational marginal price will include the price for imbalance reserve product in IFM? Because I got confused when you said this is the cost for imbalance reserve product is based on the cost allocation, not a direct settlement. Can you clarify there?
Yeah, of course. Yeah, and we'll get into the settlement a little more. But yeah, so what I meant is the suppliers of imbalance reserves will be settled as a direct payment based on the locational marginal price of the imbalance reserve product at their location. But the way the costs are assigned are not a direct settlement, meaning that we don't charge load based on some sort of lapse price or something like that. Essentially, what we do is we aggregate all of the payments made to suppliers for imbalance reserves becomes a pot of money that we allocate the cost to various entities. And we'll get into what the cost allocation breakdown looks like.
Okay, yeah, that'd be helpful. And also, I think you said it's a demand and supply, but if you can include like energy storage resource in your example, because energy storage could charge and then discharge, it's difficult to say it's one versus the other. But thank you for the examples in advance.
Yep. Yeah, I'll call out where energy storage fits into the cost allocation when we get to that slide.
Thank you.
Thanks, Wei. Okay, let's move to the next slide. I may take the liberty of zooming through a couple of these slides. These slides cover a lot of the basics. So let's go to the next slide. Yeah, so this chart essentially shows that in the IFM, we're going to have the upward uncertainty requirement and downward uncertainty requirement that the IFM is going to optimize both the clearing of energy as against demand bids, but also the clearing of energy and imbalance reserves up and down to these upward and downward uncertainty targets. So this figure just shows that we'll clear imbalance reserves up above the energy schedules, and imbalance reserves down is just downward dispatch capability on top of energy schedules. Next slide. Sorry, next slide, please. There we go. So in that example, we have imbalance reserves up and down going from the place where ISM clears, but it won't be necessarily designed that way. We have, or I should say, that won't necessarily be the outcome because we still have to consider RUC. And so in RUC, RUC supply is going to be procured in order to move the physical supply, accounting for how virtual supply and demand clears the market, how load is cleared compared to the load forecast, and how variable energy resources are cleared in the market compared to their forecast. So next slide, please. So in this case, on the right-hand side, when we get to RUC, if there is a need for incremental supply in RUC based on the 3 factors that I shared on the last slide, the RUC market will procure reliability capacity up on top of the schedules from the ISM. And the next slide, please. And then this slide just shows that if we have the opposite need for reliability capacity down in RUC, that the RUC market will also be able to award downward dispatch capability in RUC. It's important that RUC is an important function here to get the requirements right, because the imbalance reserve requirement is based on differences between the day-ahead forecast and the SMM, the series of SMM forecasts. And so if we were not, so it is necessary that RUC procures upward and downward capacity, because it gets us to a place where the uncertainty requirements are correct, because if they're scaled based on the day-ahead load forecast, RUC essentially moves our physical supply to get to the forecast, and therefore the uncertainty requirements would be accurate. Next slide, please. Okay, so this is the slide or the figure. I think it's figure 6 or 7 in the paper that it has been corrected. So if you're looking at the original version of the paper, this figure is wrong, and the paper that's posted now, this figure has been corrected. It's essentially to show how day-ahead bidding for these products work. So what this is intended to show is the range of a resource from Pmin to Pmax, and it's intended to show first that if a resource is providing imbalance reserve up and down bids, that the portion of those bids that overlap with the energy schedule have to overlap with economic bids. So any portion below that range can be self-scheduled in the market. It could also be, you could also economically bid the whole thing, but the only requirement is that the range that overlaps the imbalance reserve bid comes in, the energy bids be economic. And then, as I explained earlier, the reliability capacity bid range is not subject to the upper economic limit. The upper economic limit is defined as the upper range of a resource's energy bid, but the reliability capacity can be awarded above the upper economic limit all the way up to the upper operating limit, which is the resource's Pmax, or the Pmax can be, if there's a D-rate on the resource, that becomes the upper operating limit. So, for example, a resource could, I think the example I used earlier, if a resource were to bid 80 megawatts for energy and 100 megawatts for reliability capacity, then the reliability capacity can be procured on a range above the energy schedule. Next slide, please. Also, I should add from that last slide, there's no economic bidding requirement to overlapping with the reliability capacity bid, because the ISM schedules are fixed in RUC, and therefore there's no co-optimization of energy and RUC, and therefore the economic bids don't need to overlap. So now this slide is the same dispatch range, but it's in the real-time bidding obligations. So what this slide is intending to show is that a resource that receives a day-ahead schedule and imbalance reserve up and down award has to economically bid in the real-time market that portion that overlaps their imbalance reserve awards. And then any of the operating range that's below the energy schedule minus the imbalance reserve and reliability capacity down awards can be self-scheduled or economically bid. And the resource would be subject to a real-time must-offer obligation for economic bids all the way up to the sum of their energy schedule plus their imbalance reserve up award plus their reliability capacity award. And that must-offer obligation would be enforced through bid insertion, which we'll talk a little bit more about. Next slide. Okay, next slide. We'll kind of work through the four passes that are proposed here. So today, CAISO's day-ahead market operates in three passes: the market power mitigation pass, then the integrated forward market, and then the RUC pass, residual unit commitment. So the change for day-ahead market enhancements adds a new market power mitigation pass for RUC that is after the ISM but before the RUC. So we'll go in order of describing what these passes are, starting here. So the ISM market power mitigation pass is using unmitigated bids to clear the market products, essentially. Any resource that can provide counterflow to an uncompetitive constraint in any of the three scenarios, being the upward scenario, the downward scenario, or the base scenario, will have their energy bids mitigated. There are no proposed changes to the DCPA, the Dynamic Competitive Path Assessment, or the three pivotal supplier tests, which in combination are the mechanism by which the market power mitigation path evaluates competitiveness on a transmission constraint. Those will remain the same. And that process will be extended to imbalance reserve bids, whereby we propose that if there are binding transmission constraints in the upward, or I should say uncompetitive transmission constraints in the upward deployment scenario, that any resource that can provide counterflow to that up constraint would also have their imbalance reserve up offers mitigated if there were any. For energy, we described earlier that the price that resources are mitigated to is the higher of the resource's default energy bid or the competitive locational marginal price for energy at that location. That will stay the same. For imbalance reserve mitigation, offers will only be mitigated to the competitive locational marginal price for imbalance reserves at that location. So all things we kind of discussed earlier. Next slide, please. So after the market power mitigation path, we move to the integrated forward market that uses any mitigated bids from the market power mitigation path and solves the optimal solutions to procure the market products in the ISM. ISM will change today from today by introducing imbalance reserve product that's co-optimized with energy and ancillary services. The imbalance reserve product will be procured using deployment scenarios that mimic the deployment scenarios that are used in the real-time market to procure flexible ramping product. The deployment scenarios allow the market to consider transmission constraints to ensure that if the imbalance reserve awards were converted to energy flows, that those resulting flows would be deliverable. The imbalance reserve product, as it's configured today, is capped to a resource's 15-minute ramping capability, and also the eligibility to provide, if you're an offline resource, you can still provide imbalanced reserves as long as you're able to start up in 15 minutes or less. Next slide, please. So the imbalanced reserve requirement will be determined by taking data on historical forecast errors, which I described this morning. You take the hourly day-ahead market forecast and compare it to the series of 4 15-minute market forecasts, and you take the highest, basically the highest load and the lowest load, and use those 2 data points to configure your upward and downward uncertainty requirement. Those data in combination with use of the load and solar and wind forecast, also the time of day and the time of year, will all be variables that will be part of a regression model that determines what the upward and downward uncertainty requirement would be. We're proposing that that the regression percentiles will be configurable to the extent that 2.5 and 97.5 percentile is today what the procurement targets are for the uncertainty band, but we would implement that to be those targets to be configurable based on operational experience. It's also important to note that the imbalanced reserve requirement that's described on the slide is also the same method that will be used for each EDAM participant using their own data to calculate the upward and downward uncertainty requirement that's part of the EDAM resource sufficiency evaluation, and will comprise their upward and downward imbalanced reserve procurement in ISM and EDAM. Questions?
We do have one caller in the queue. Operator, can you please open Michelle's line?
Hey, this is Michelle. Just a couple of questions. I believe at the last MSC meeting, there was a lot of questions about the uncertainty in the EIM resource efficiency and there being an issue associated with the number of data points. Are you certain that that's been resolved, given that it's not yet resolved in the EIM space?
Maybe Danny, if you're online, can you help me with that question?
Sure, James. Michelle, which uncertainty were you referencing, the net load uncertainty or the intertie uncertainty?
Well, it was my understanding, I think I'm referencing the net load uncertainty. This was about the points that were really raised at the last MSC meeting and also in their opinion on the EIM resource sufficiency and about the calculation of the uncertainty. Because, right, isn't there some issues associated with calculating like the flexible ramping uncertainty? And so you guys are changing the method, but it hasn't been implemented. Is that right? And wasn't there also some concern that people should be able to see this data and be able to play with it and look at the regressions? And I'm just wondering if that's going to occur and when.
Okay. So yeah, we did discuss both types of uncertainty. For the intertie uncertainty, there was a concern raised with the methodology to calculate it that you could have a couple outlier events that influence the intertie uncertainty requirement going forward. They also, and this has been a widely expressed concern that the current methodology using a histogram approach to calculate net load uncertainty might be somewhat inaccurate. That is one of the reasons I think that as part of the FRP, we're moving towards this quantile regression methodology. We would look to use this similar methodology to determine IRU. To your point about being able to test this, I think as we are working to implement FRP refinements this fall, we are working, or we are trying to make available the data and help entities who are interested set up shadow calculations so they can be more comfortable with how this regression is working.
Okay, and what's the timing of the release of that data and working with people so they understand it? Because that would affect how we would comment on this if you're using a similar methodology, right? And then also to this point, when would the data be available for us to play around and understand this calculation, which will be different than the the FRP calculation, right?
So on the exact timing, I would defer to probably Guillermo because I think his MBA team and the forecasting team within his group has been more involved on the rollout of this.
Okay, that would be great. Guillermo, do you have any comments on that? Because this seems to be sort of a critical component of what you guys are proposing here. When can we see that data?
Guillermo, if you're on the phone, you're on mute on WebEx. He may have stepped away, so we can, if he comes back, we can follow up with him.
Okay, so the questions are, when is the FRP data going to be available? When would the this data for the day ahead be available for folks to play around with and understand? And I also recall that the MSC discussion was saying that, you know, this is so incredibly critical that to be more discussion and about this and looking more closely at the data. So that's why, in part, why I think it's so important. So thank you.
Yep, thank you.
Michelle, the one thing I would add about this before we move on is I think this one will be a little harder to determine because you need good VER forecast data for external BAA. So for the CAISO, I think that we'd have a pretty good idea of what this looks like, but to the extent that other BAAs would, it would be dependent upon what their forecast data they'd be able to bring into the regression.
Yeah, I totally get that, but this conversation is about the day ahead markets, which I presume you are saying you're going to move forward regardless of the timing of EDAM. So it seems even more critical that we see our data, right?
Yep.
Okay, thank you.
I
mean, if you guys could respond both to me and everyone, that would be super helpful, and include it in your next paper, because the availability of both data sets would be great. Thanks.
All right. Okay. Let's move on to the next slide. So here's our graduated penalty price proposal. The numbers, excuse me, the numbers in this proposal are intended to be illustrative and not the final values that would be used. But the basic logic would be that at the top of the table, you have a scheduling run penalty price of $247. That is the imbalance reserve bid price cap. The reason why it's $247 is because it cascades down from $250 between the various ancillary service products. So that's why it's kind of an awkward number. But as long as the cost of procuring an incremental unit of imbalance reserves is $247 or less, under this approach, we would buy the full imbalance reserve requirement, and then as in some sort of fashion as costs rise, we would slowly procure a little bit less of the product. And again, that's just to help that, you know, in extreme, there may be you know, instances where the imbalance reserve requirement is binding, and you know, the requirement itself is designed really to provide, on most occasions, excess amount of coverage. And so by gradually reducing the requirement, we can reduce the need to procure really costly, procure bits of imbalance reserves in times where it's really costly when it may not be needed. I will add, though, that, you know, under you know, tighter system conditions, it's expected that the imbalance reserve up requirement may exhaust may exhaust most, if not all, of the resources in you know, that are bidding in the day ahead market. And so in that case, you know, the you know, it would be that would be considered as part of this approach where, if it was, within those constraints, then we wouldn't relax the requirement. Now down, the other part of the logic is if you go all the way down to the bottom of the table, there is a, what is represented there is 75% of the upward uncertainty percentile would be procured at a penalty price of $1,200. So we would have to establish some sort of minimum threshold of imbalance reserves to procure, at a high penalty price, because we don't want to forego, all the imbalance reserves are there for a reason, and therefore we don't want to forego them, even if the cost of an incremental unit is exceptionally high. But we would have to discuss, what would be an appropriate minimum threshold. Part of that discussion is conditional upon EDAM in the sense that, as more and more EDAM entities join as more and more EDAM entities join, as I mentioned earlier, everybody brings enough supply to meet their 97.5 uncertainty, and the sum of that supply will be greater than the uncertainty over the EDAM footprint, which means that there will necessarily be excess imbalance reserve up to cover the footprint's 97.5% uncertainty. And so there may be, in those cases, there may be, as more and more entities join EDAM, the minimum threshold of imbalance reserves procured may be able to become less and less because of that sort of diversity benefit. So, they'll have to be implemented in such a way that, can be periodically adjusted as entities join EDAM. Next slide, please. So in terms of deliverability, this is something that we already mentioned. The imbalance reserves up and down will be procured based on deployment scenarios that are included in the IFM. Basically how it works is that the CAISO will use allocation factors to distribute the uncertainty requirements at each location using historical data about how much uncertainty is materialized at those locations. So it uses that to distribute out the requirement, and then the supply is essentially modeled to be deliverable to those locations. And then because of the nodal deployment of imbalance reserves, there will be locational marginal prices for both imbalance reserves up and down that the suppliers would be paid at each location. Next slide, please. So a little bit of information about the bids for imbalance reserves. Imbalance reserves bids will only have a single price quantity pair that's consistent with how all other capacity services are offered. But hour by hour, the price quantity pairs can differ, of course. We mentioned earlier that the CAISO will insert imbalance reserve bids at $0 or proposes to do this for resources that are subject to a must-offer obligation to provide imbalance reserves in the day-ahead market. If they do not provide the bids that they're required to, the market would insert $0 bids on their behalf. Also, we mentioned this earlier, that resources that receive imbalance reserve awards have a real-time must-offer obligation, and to the extent that a resource did not deliver on that or did not provide the appropriate number of bids to meet their award, that the real-time market process would insert economic energy bids on behalf of that resource, subject to the provisions that are already put in place. Next slide, please. Okay, so a busy slide to describe the imbalance reserve cost allocation. I can try to make it simple as I can. that the idea behind how imbalanced reserve costs are allocated depends on who is or which resources are driving the need to dispatch the imbalance reserves up and down in the real-time market. So they are distributed. Each of the products are distributed amongst generation and load, imports and exports, depending on how those resource types create the need to dispatch the imbalance reserve up and down in the real-time market. I don't think I'll go any deeper than that, but to the extent that after that allocation takes place, there are excess costs that the CAISO still holds. The rest of the costs will be distributed on a pro rata basis to meter demand. Questions in the queue?
We do have one caller in the queue. Operator, can you please unmute their line?
James, this is Alva at PG&E. Just wondering, are virtuals included in that allocation?
Virtuals are not included in the cost allocation of imbalance reserves, but they are included in the cost allocation of reliability capacity.
There's no argument to be made that virtuals should incur some of the imbalance reserve costs?
From my perspective, maybe James, I can lean on James Lynn a little bit here, but you know, what we're trying to get at here sort of mimics the cost allocation of flexible ramping product, you know, to the extent that, something is changing within schedules of these resource types that's causing the real-time market to have imbalance in some sort, either an upward or downward direction, would depend on those costs. And, you know, virtual bids do drive the need for reliability capacity up and down for sure, but to that extent, they don't as much drive the need to sort of redispatch in real time.
I mean, it's at least something to put in the parking lot is whether, especially with the concept of nodal procurement, whether they are going to essentially be able to have an effect substantial enough on procurement of imbalance reserves that you would want to consider whether they should bear certain kinds of costs. And I have no idea. It's just quite noticeable that, you know, they're going to be part of the solution, and yet they're essentially going to not have to incur any costs for any effects they might have on the procurement of these imbalance reserves.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we can think about it some more.
Yeah, thanks.
Uh-huh. Okay, next slide, please. So resources that do not deliver their awards, imbalance reserve awards, will be subject to a no-pay provision in which we would compare the resource, you know, what the resource was actually delivered, and if they did not deliver, you know, actual energy that is consistent with the their imbalance reserve awards, then we would charge the resource, essentially charge back the higher of either the RTPD flexible ramping price, the RTD flexible ramping price, or the imbalance reserve up price, which is essentially to say that, you know, we think it's appropriate that to design the settlement mechanism that sufficiently penalizes resources that don't deliver on imbalance reserves, given that you know, they are you know, part of the reliability solution. Also, that resources that are not delivering on their imbalance reserve obligations are driving up potentially, or at least putting upward pressure on flexible ramping product prices. And so, to that extent, it seems reasonable that you know, if a resource is not available and drives up the real-time FlexiRamp prices, that they'd be on the hook to pay back that FlexiRamp. Next slide, please. So just two more small notes that imbalance reserve revenues and bid costs will be included as part of the existing ISM bid cost recovery mechanism. Also that market services charge will be applied for imbalance reserve awards as it is for recovers costs for market services and clearing bids. Okay, next slide. Next slide, please. Oh, sorry. Did I skip over one? Yes, I did. Okay, so we talked about this in the first half of the presentation, but essentially that there's a section in there about how imbalance reserves relate to exports, and the rationale is that imbalance reserves, because they reduce the need for rec adjustments, should increase I think the slide might be wrong. It should say that because the imbalance reserve reduces the need for rec adjustments, it should decrease the risk of export curtailment. But as I mentioned earlier, by introducing the graduated penalty price mechanism in scarce conditions, it may be the case where high-priced economic exports or self-schedules clear the ISM that wouldn't have cleared under the old proposal of having the imbalance reserve penalty price at $1,200 and be cleared above all low priority exports. But in this case, after those exports are cleared in the ISM, there is a slightly higher risk of export curtailment in RUC to those resources. And there may be instances where RUC adjustments in tight system conditions could, in a sense, backfill any procurement of imbalance reserves that's relaxed in tight system conditions that would, again, sort of push the RUC target away from the ISM, which increases the risk of exports that are cleared in the ISM being curtailed in RUC. Next slide, please. And we talked about this earlier in the presentation that it is possible for a non-RA capacity to be at the same time supporting a high priority export as and also providing or at least being awarded imbalance reserves. The way that this process is validated is just that there needs to be sufficient bids from non-RA capacity to support a high priority export. And if the market optimization awards it imbalance reserves instead, presumably it has found a cheaper resource to help support the imbalance reserves, or sorry, help support the export in real, and all of that will be available in real time. Oh, I should add, this bottom bullet is important. As part of market enhancements for summer 2021 readiness, the CAISO implemented a rule that non-RA capacity that's supporting a PT or that's a high priority export bid has to participate in the RUC process for the full quantity of the award. We're going to apply that same principle here into the new RUC process, where if you're a non-RA resource supporting a high priority export, that non-RA resource has to participate in RUC for the full quantity of the export bid. Questions?
We do have one caller in the queue. Operator, can you please open up their line?
Hi, James. This is Alba. It certainly seems possible that one result of the way that you've just describe this is that a export could tag a non-RA resources capacity to support an export, and then it could essentially actually be because of the optimization, it could use RA capacity essentially to support the export and would receive the higher priority in spite of the fact that it is effectively using RA capacity.
Yeah, that's correct, but that's no different than today, because all that the market validation process requires is the non-RA capacity to bid into the market. Yeah, and so the export is still sort of deemed supported, even if the non-RA capacity may not even be awarded.
Right. So
it just has to provide the bids.
Yeah. So our defense against RA being used to support high priority exports is not perfect anyway.
Correct. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. Next slide. Okay, so we'll move to market power mitigation for REC. Okay, so after the IFM process, we would move into the NPM pass for REC that would hold the IFM schedules fixed and use unmitigated reliability capacity bids to solve the REC optimization problem. Any resource that can provide counterflow to an uncompetitive constraint in the REC process will have their reliability capacity up bids mitigated. Again, we would extend the dynamic competitive path assessment in 3 pivotal supplier tests that is used in the IFM market power mitigation path to determine whether a transmission constraint or, to determine if there's an uncompetitive bid, we would extend that to the REC process. I'll also add that missing from this slide is that the REC process uses the same full network model and network constraints as the IFM does. So it's using the same, basically same network to solve. And we cleared up in earlier today that for various reasons the REC optimization solve is a lot faster than the IFM. It's much less computationally intense, and internally, the CAISO doesn't feel concerned about whether or not introducing a new market pass would have detrimental results on performance or solve time. Next slide, please. Okay, so after the REC market power mitigation pass is run, any mitigated bids from the REC market power mitigation pass is fed to the REC process, which essentially solves the same network problem, except with mitigated bids, if any. It holds the IFM schedules fixed and procures reliability capacity up or reliability capacity down, depending on how the forecast is relative to where IFM clears. REC will also gain the ability to transition multi-stage generating resources down in the downward direction, but won't have the ability to shut them off, and thus establishes their binding configuration. Next slide, please. Okay, so a little bit about reliability capacity. So reliability capacity up is essentially the same name for what is already the product we have in REC today, the REC supply. Reliability capacity down is just the same concept, except moving in the downward direction. REC awards can be, reliability capacity awards can either be incremental schedules on top of energy schedules from units that are already committed in the IFM, but it could also be, reliability capacity awards could also take place by the actual commitment of additional units. As I just mentioned, the REC optimization considers transmission constraints. Therefore, reliability capacity awards have a locational marginal price at which we would settle at that price with the suppliers of that product. As opposed to imbalance reserves, which is capped to a 15-minute ramping capability, reliability capacity awards are limited to a resource's 60-minute ramp capability, which is consistent with rec supply today and consistent with sort of hour-by-hour procurement. Next slide. So a little bit more about multi-stage generating resources. Today, their configurations are committed in the IFN. As we mentioned, REC will be able to transition down an MSG resource, which helps to resolve, which helps to in congestion management. Essentially, there have been operational issues with, multi-stage generating resources in the REC process, and the ability to move them down helps relieve congestion in certain cases. As I mentioned in the beginning of the call, multi-stage generating resources will still be able to support a high priority export as long as the resource has sufficient bids in both the ISM and in the real-time market to cover the export self-scheduled quantity. Next slide, please. So on reliability capacity bids, similar to all other capacity products, reliability capacity bids will have a single price quantity pair that can be different hour by hour. CAISO will, for resources that have a day-ahead must offer obligation to provide reliability capacity bids, CAISO will, the CAISO market will insert bids on resources' behalf that don't bid the necessary quantity at a price of $0. And then in the real-time market, the reliability capacity awards come with a real-time must offer obligation that's also enforced through bid insertion if the resource doesn't provide the bids that it is obligated to based on their reliability capacity awards. Next slide, please. A similarly busy slide relating or describing the cost allocation for reliability capacity, but it's pretty straightforward to think about. In the beginning of the call, I mentioned, or beginning of this afternoon session, I discussed the three drivers of reliability capacity are virtual supply and demand, how they clear on a net basis over the system, whether a load is under or over scheduled in the ISM compared to its the load forecast, and how variable energy resources are cleared in the ISM relative to their forecast. And so based on those three drivers, that's how we distinguish the components of the reliability cost allocation. And then similar to imbalance reserves, there'd be a second tier where if the quantity of reliability costs collected and then allocated out in the tier one allocation is insufficient to cover, there's money left over, essentially that leftover money is then pro rata distributed to meter demand. Next slide, please. There'll also be a reliability capacity no pay, in which if the resource doesn't actually deliver the energy that they were, doesn't actually deliver the energy that they were supposed to based on their reliability capacity awards, they are subject to take back of either the higher of the reliability capacity up price or the RTPD flexible ramp price. So similar to the imbalance reserve no pay, the justification of charging the higher of these two prices is essentially that the resources ramp capability, by not having it available, puts upward pressure on flexible ramping product in the 15-minute market, and to the extent it drives up the price of the flexible ramp up product, it's reasonable to hold the resources accountable for that. Next slide, please. So reliability capacity revenues and bid costs will become part of the real-time market bid cost recovery process. Today, RUC costs, bid costs, and revenues are in as part of the real-time market bid cost recovery process. So it's really no different there. The cost, the bid cost, the uplift costs as part of bid cost recovery are distributed in a similar way to how the actual product cost allocation is to virtual resources under overscheduled load and under overscheduled VERS. Also, a market services charge is applied to reliability capacity awards because it's coming as a bidded product. Next slide, please. Okay, so good, we've got 38 minutes, and we'll get into some of the additional design considerations, but that, hopefully that provides a decent overview of how the market process works sort of from start to finish and how we envision it. So we'll get into some of the more auxiliary elements of the design that we have to think through. Next slide. So the first element is that we are proposing a real-time ramp deviation settlement. The deviation settlement itself, there's no change to this proposal from the previous proposal. Ramp's capability comes into the CAISO market in two forms. One is forecasted movement. Forecasted movement is the change in energy schedules interval by interval. So you can think of this as sort of the expected ramp. In the figure, the forecasted movement is the difference between the energy schedule in T-1 compared to the energy schedule at time T. And so you can see in the green bar that it is providing some upward ramp based on its energy schedule. But ramp can also be provided through uncertainty awards, which are essentially ramp capability that's held back to, in case it's needed to address uncertainty in the load between market runs. So in the figure there below, this is copying from a figure for flexible ramping products, but the same logic applies to imbalance reserves, where some sort of upward and downward uncertainty requirement is calculated, and then a resource can provide ramp up to the the upward target and down to the downward target. Next slide, please. So there are differences between imbalance reserves and flexible ramping products that necessitate or make it inappropriate to implement a direct deviation settlement between imbalance reserves and flexible ramping products. The three major differences here are that imbalance reserves incorporates only a single settlement, where flexible ramping products actually has two settlement prices. So there's a different settlement price flexible ramping product for the uncertainty portion and the forecasted movement portion, where for imbalance reserves, it's only a single settlement price based on the uncertainty awards. The awards for imbalance reserves are based on the resource's 15-minute ramp capability, whereas for flexible ramping product, it's the 5-minute ramp capability. And then for imbalance reserves, the marginal clearing price is based both on bids and on opportunity costs of being withheld to provide the other services. For flexible ramping product, there are no bids, so the entire the marginal price for flexible ramp is entirely based on energy opportunity cost. Next slide, please. So because we can't, it wouldn't be appropriate based on how the imbalance reserves and flexible ramping products are configured. It wouldn't be appropriate to implement a direct settlement, but we think that some sort of deviation settlement is necessary because it solves the following problems, one of which is double payment of opportunity costs. So opportunity cost is part of the marginal price of both imbalance reserves and flexible ramping product. And it could be the case that a resource has no change in the ramp that it's scheduled to provide, but would be compensated for that same opportunity cost, both in the day-ahead market through imbalance reserve and in the real-time market through flexible ramping product. So to that extent, it would be inappropriate to pay opportunity costs for the same ramp twice. The second thing is there's a potential for double payment of forecasted movement. So in the IFM clears all 24-hourly intervals at the same time, which essentially means that, and the consequence of that is that forecasted movement forecasted movement on resources is embedded within the energy locational marginal price in the IFM, whereas in the real-time market, which is settling interval by interval, it's necessary to separate out the forecasted movement portion of the real-time market settlements, or else the the individual settlement interval may not properly account for forecasted movement that was provided in a previous interval. So essentially, it's embedded in the energy LMP in the day-ahead market, but it's a separate side payment in the real-time market. But it would be inappropriate for a resource that's providing the same amount of ramp through forecasted movement to receive forecasted movement as embedded in the energy LMP in the day-ahead market, but also to get it as a separate payment in the real-time market. So the deviation settlement will prevent that. The last thing is that as general principle, as sort of illustrated by a philosophy on the no-pay rules, that generally when capacity is unavailable or is not sufficient, depending on what was needed from the day-ahead market, reduces the available supply of ramps and puts upward pressure on the prices. And therefore, resources that don't provide the ramp that they were obligated to based on their day-ahead awards should settle those deviations at prices reflecting real-time conditions. And that's no different than deviation settlement for energy as well. That follows the same principle. Next slide, please. So I know this is complicated, but essentially the ramp settlement can be broken up into these various components. As I mentioned, in the ISM, the forecasted movement, the cost of forecasted movement is embedded within the locational marginal prices in the day-ahead market. And in IFM, uncertainty awards are paid out as imbalance reserve awards. Now, in the FMM, you're going to have a distinct settlement between forecasted movement and uncertainty awards. So for the FMM forecasted movement, you're going to settle your deviations from the forecasted movement provided in the IFM on a 15-minute basis. For uncertainty awards, you will, at least the 5-minute ramp capable portion of the imbalance reserve award will have a deviation settlement with a flexible ramping product. That's because the imbalance reserve is 15-minute rampable, where the flexible ramp is only 5-minute rampable. So the remaining 10 megawatt, or the remaining, the deviation settlement only covers 5 of the 15 minutes of the ramp. So the remaining 10-minute ramp is contained within the no-pay settlement for imbalance reserves. And then there already exists today forecasted movement and uncertainty award deviation settlement between FMM and RTD. So that's no different than today. Okay, next slide. As I mentioned earlier, the ramp settlement will impact EIM entities that are non-EDM entities. For EDM entities and the CAISO that are using day-ahead market schedules, the deviation settlement that I just went over applies. For EIM entities that are using base schedules, a forecasted movement deviation settlement applies between their base schedule and the FMM schedule, whereby if a resource is scheduled to move via base schedule and the same amount of movement is provided in FMM, then it would be inappropriate to pay the forecasted movement portion to that resource. Because imbalance reserves are not part of EIM-based schedules, then the uncertainty portion of the deviation settlement does not apply to EIM entities that are participating through only in the real-time market with base schedules. Next slide, please. So the ramp deviation settlement also applies to convergence bids. So convergence bids are settled at the day-ahead price and liquidated at the FMM prices. Forecasted movement, again, is settled in the IFM as part of the IFM energy price. So virtual supply is actually compensated for forecasted movement in the IFM, and virtual demand is charged forecasted movement in the IFM. So to that extent, virtual supply and demand will have a forecasted movement deviation settlement at the relevant FMM FRP prices to make sure that there's not, for virtual supply, double payment of, or that virtual supply doesn't benefit from the forecasted movement payments inherent in the IFM, and also virtual demand is not improperly charged forecasted movement in the IFM. Next slide, please. So for congestion revenue rights, the CAISO is not proposing any changes to the CR process at this time to account for imbalance reserves. We went through earlier today that because imbalance reserve costs are settled based on a cost allocation and not through a direct settlement, it could be the case that the revenues collected are insufficient to cover the entire CR obligation because the congestion won't be collected on the imbalance reserve flows. So we won't have time to go through it, but let me point you to slide 7. Slide 7 in Appendix C, if you're interested in following this closer, slide 7 in Appendix C illustrates a situation where the imbalance reserve costs allocated to load are different than the imbalance reserve costs that load would pay in this example if it were subject to a direct settlement. And the difference between those two things is where the underfunding might take place. But what actually happens is you move to slide 8 is that by mitigating the imbalance reserve award, or the imbalance reserves in this case, the congestion actually goes back to binding on the energy portion of the transmission, and therefore there's no, by mitigating the imbalance reserve bid, there's no difference between the cost allocation and the direct settlement of load, and therefore there's no imbalance reserve congestion essentially collected. So if you're interested in working that more detail and a granular level, reach out to me and we can work it out. We also are considering discussing the slides are up on the screen. Yeah, so we're also considering discussing these slides in more detail at the May 13th, I believe it's May 13th, Friday the 13th MSC meeting. And the MSC is interested in the market power mitigation and the CR impacts. And so that may also be a good time to tune in if you're interested in that. Okay, let's go back to the regular slides. Next slide. Okay, so we continue to propose a method to
try to account for energy offer costs and upward capacity procurement. The genesis of this issue is that the market optimization considers in the case imbalanced reserve bid costs when solving the objective functions of the IFM problem, and doesn't directly incorporate the energy offer costs in deciding the optimal procurement of imbalanced reserves. What that can mean is that for resources that have high energy bid costs, but very low imbalanced reserve costs, the market would not differentiate between a resource with the same imbalanced reserve cost, but one resource bids 100 for energy and one resource bids 900 for energy. Obviously, you would want to pick the resource with $100 energy because if it was needed in real time, it'd be more cost effective, but the market doesn't have any way of doing that. Similarly, for reliability capacity, energy bids are not part of the RUC optimization at all. The RUC processes selecting reliability capacity bids based purely on reliability capacity costs, and therefore there's no way to distinguish which resources have higher energy costs or higher energy bid costs. So there's a lot of different ways of tackling this problem, and the one that we've landed on tries to, if we go to the next slide, the one that we landed on tries to carry out a way to have higher energy cost resources differentiate themselves when bidding for imbalanced reserves and reliability capacity. And the way that we would do that is we would propose to establish a real-time energy bid price cap. This real-time energy bid price cap, essentially, if it is set to a level that is below the energy cost of a resource, the resource with energy costs above this cap would have to consider the financial risk of being obligated to offer energy in the real-time market at prices below its cost, and has to consider that when that risk into their imbalanced reserve and reliability capacity bids. So the incentives are that for high-cost resources, they're going to have to increase their imbalanced reserve and reliability capacity bids in order to mitigate that risk, and in doing so, provides a sort of an indirect method of differentiating themselves in terms of their bids, so that they're less likely to be awarded imbalanced reserves and reliability capacity, and ultimately meets the objective of trying to prevent high energy cost resources from being consistently awarded imbalanced reserves and reliability capacity. So the real-time energy bid price cap, we would propose to set to a level where essentially the way to think about it is if all of the 97.5 percentile uncertainty were to materialize, what would the system cost be if all of that were to materialize? And what that tries to capture is that in the real-time market, if all of the imbalanced reserve and reliability capacity up resources were deployed, it's a way to say, we want resources that are at a price where you can, if you were to get them in the day-ahead market, it would be sorted by from lowest to highest cost, and where the energy bid curve would intersect the 97.5 level would be the cutoff for the resources that you would want. So we'll move to the next slide. We, in the paper, do not present a methodology for calculating or determining this P97.5 price, because we are trying to establish some general trying to establish some general support for this concept before diving into a methodology. But I can tell you that the final methodology would likely take two forms, or a hybrid of two forms. One is a purely statistical price that may be based on some sort of regression that estimates price levels based on various factors. A second idea could be to use actual submitted bids or maybe default energy bids, and using actual bids to see where the market would clear at a certain level of load, and using that price to set the price, or some hybrid in between. But the exact methodology hasn't been decided yet. Obviously, the P97.5 price would have to be published in advance of the day-ahead market in order for resources to be able to incorporate the P97.5 real-time bid cap into their bids, into their day-ahead bids. The quantity of the quantity of energy bids that are subject to the cap will be only consistent with the imbalance reserve and reliability capacity quantities. So if a resource were to get a combination of 50 megawatts of imbalance reserve and reliability capacity upwards, then at least 50 megawatts of their real-time energy bid curve have to come at a price below the cap. The rest of the energy bid curve can be bid at as the resource sees fit. Finally, we're considering implementing functionality that would turn off the bid cap and essentially use turn off the bid cap in tight system conditions in the case that it's very well possible that the 97.5 price is above the energy bid cap of $1,000 if there's anticipation of scarcity of energy and imbalance reserves. So in those cases, the bid cap essentially serves no function except to possibly mess things up in scarce conditions. So you can just we propose to implement it in a way that you would turn it off in tight system conditions in the day-ahead market. Okay, question in the queue.
Operator, can you please unmute Alva's line?
Yeah, just a couple detailed questions on this bid cap. Would it be some a value that would change potentially every day?
Yeah, in fact, every hour probably.
Okay, so you'd essentially be providing a set of 24 bid caps to be used in evaluating imbalance reserve bids for the next day. Is that the idea?
Yeah, and actually, when I just said for every hour, that's obviously open for debate. The way the actual methodology is, it could be a daily price cap. That could be reasonable. That you may base it off like say take your 6:30 p.m. or sometime some peak load time and try to anticipate what that P97.5 price at that time might be. Could establish the daily cap. So there's different ways of doing it.
Okay, and then the value would not vary over the system. It would be a single value for the entire system. In other words, you only need to publish one set of 24 numbers, and everybody who's involved in the imbalance reserve market will use the same numbers.
I think that's appropriate, but again, that's subject to debate. It could be possible that locational prices are needed. The reason why I think it may be appropriate to use the system price because it's a bid cap and not a price cap. So if you're providing the bids, and congestion obviously can drive the locational prices to be different levels, but in that sense, we're just restricting the bids and not the actual prices at those locations.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Yep, thanks, Alva. And yeah, it is one of the areas of the proposal that we're keen on some additional feedback. So yeah, please, if there's anyone interested in having additional conversations about this, reach out to me. And I see another question.
Yes, operator, can you please unmute Carrie?
Oh, hi, this is Carrie Bentley from the Western Power Trading Forum. Sorry, I missed the part where you said reach out to me directly. I thought you were calling for more feedback on the call, but I'll just quickly say, it probably is obvious to every stakeholder that WPTF would protest this bid caps without any evidence of market power or real justification. Is just not something we would let go by. So I think you know our position already, so we won't elaborate too much, but absolutely we're against this and would protest it at FERC. Thanks.
Yeah, thanks for the feedback. I'd add one more comment here that this is another issue that the Market Surveillance Committee is interested in weighing in on. So it is a possible topic for our May 13th Market Surveillance Committee. So if you have some time to gather more thoughts about how this might work and be prepared to engage in the MSC discussion, that would be great. Okay, 12 more minutes. Let's see if we can keep going. I won't elaborate too much on this. I've already mentioned that we believe that it's appropriate to design the market in such a way, or design these new products in such a way that variable energy resources would be eligible to provide even upward capacity. But again, there may be restrictions or other things that are appropriate to implement that we're still working out. And we will have those details in time for the next proposal. Again, we also propose that as part of allowing the decision to allow variable energy resources to provide imbalanced reserves up and reliability capacity up is to propose that variable energy resource providers provide the CAISO with their high sustainable limit metric that helps ensure that the capacity awards are done in such a way that is reflective of the resource's actual potential output. Next slide, please. There's a section in the paper that discusses the interaction of the proposed energy storage resource model with the imbalanced reserve awards. The punchline is essentially that there will be in day-ahead market enhancements implementation of state of charge limits, and the ISM will consider the available state of charge on a storage resource, both NGR and energy storage resources, when awarding imbalanced reserves. Also, that the paper describes how an energy storage resource model might provide the necessary bids in real time to be consistent with their imbalanced reserve and reliability capacity awards, which is sort of a reason why we felt it was necessary to sort of spell that out, is that the energy storage resources bid as a function of state of charge, whereas the capacity bid, or the capacity imbalanced reserves and reliability capacity are functions of capacity. So there have to be it's sort of a unique situation that merited some conversation. So hopefully people found that helpful. Next slide, please. Okay, next slide. So we've shown this this flow chart many times, and it still sort of forms the basis of our overall vision of how the day-ahead market enhancements and its interactions with resource adequacy and the EDAM market connect. As you move from left to right across the screen, you get on the left-hand side more further in advance of the operating time, and as you move right closer to the operating time. Essentially, for capacity procurement, in terms of participation in the EDAM. For the CAISO, resource adequacy would be the mechanism by which the CAISO would ensure sufficient bids and participation from its resources to pass the EDAM resource sufficiency evaluation. In a similar way, EDAM ensures through use of integrated resource plans or whatever forward capacity mechanisms they use ensure that they have enough bids to participate in the EDAM. The combination of those bids are all combined within the EDAM resource sufficiency evaluation, and then that leads into the day-ahead market, where all entities participating in the EDAM have their energy and balance reserves co-optimized across the EDAM footprint. I'll just note that this slide shows ancillary services, which the EDAM proposal, the EDAM straw proposal does propose to continue to optimize ancillary services within the CAISO, but at this time doesn't propose to do that across for other EDAM participants. Also, that the REC process is part of the vision of the EDAM market, in which reliability capacity will be procured optimally across the EDAM to meet the individual physical needs of each EDAM participant. So for those participating within the EDAM, they have day-ahead market schedules that feed into the EIM resource sufficiency test, complete with must-offer obligations that come with their capacity awards of imbalance reserves and reliability capacity, and then any non-EDAM participant in the Western EIM continues to provide base schedules as a demonstration for their EIM or Western EIM resource sufficiency evaluation, which then goes into the Western EIM that co-optimizes energy and incremental AS and flexible ramping product across the Western EIM footprint. Next slide, please. Okay, so this is my last slide. I apologize that this information is posted in the proposal that was, I think, reposted on the 27th and was unintentionally left out of the proposal that was posted on the 22nd. So I apologize, but the CAISO has updated its proposal for Western EIM governing body classification based on updates to the governance changes. Essentially, the proposal is that for the financial settlement of flexible ramping product that relates to the settlement of forecasted movement, that we propose that that portion of the initiative be considered as with joint authority. There are several other real-time market related changes that we think it's appropriate that the Western EIM governing body have an advisory role on. Those would be other changes to the financial settlement of flexible ramping product as described in section 4.1 relating to the deviation settlement of uncertainty awards. Real-time offer obligations for resources with California resource adequacy obligations that relates to essentially the changes proposed to the resource adequacy real-time must offer obligation. Real-time energy bidding rules for resources that received awards in the day-ahead market for imbalance reserves or reliability capacity. So because those day-ahead market awards come with a real-time must offer obligation that's enforced through bid insertion, we felt it was appropriate to have the Western EIM governing body have an advisory role there. And also bidding obligations for resources that have day-ahead schedules for imbalance reserves or reliability capacity particularly the need for economic energy bids that are associated with those products. For the remainder of the initiative, the ISO does not see a role for the Western EM governing body either as joint authority or an advisory role. And so we are, again, I apologize that this was posted only 2 days ago, but hopefully this is enough information that you need, and it's within the updated version of the paper with more justifications for each individual component, and do seek feedback from stakeholders on the proposed classifications. Question in the queue.
Operator, can you please unmute Joshua?
Yeah, hey again, James. Josh Arnold, PG&E. This was actually a question based off of slide 65, something that I was reminded about. Have you guys looked at the interrelation between the proposed RUC IR targets with the eventual EIM real-time RSE? I know I brought this concern up during the February MSC call, specifically regarding the December that was produced for the data that was published for December I believe it was 2021, where we saw those considerable number of hours where the IR product was not sufficient to meet actualized uncertainty. And I'm wondering if there's a risk that, there may be situations where the CAISO would actually then fail the RSE because of a lack of capacity procured going into the real-time market. And, since that would effectively cut or any balanced authority area really off from the broader EIM benefits, that could be a problematic issue. So I'm wondering if you've looked into the relation between those values at all.
Yeah, it's a great question. I'd lean on Danny or George, because I know that's a topic that's discussed within the EDAM STRA proposal, and they may be able to provide a more nuanced answer than I can provide. Danny or George?
Sure, James. So Josh, are you referencing this just from a California ISO BAA perspective about how the IR awards would interplay with the WEIM RSE?
Well, I'm primarily focused on the CAISO, obviously, because I'm representing PG&E, and they're a California entity. But really, from a fundamental standpoint, it would actually extend to any EDAM BAA who was relying on their day-ahead energy positions, IR positions, and RUC awards to meet their RSE. Now, obviously, other BAAs have operators who can take out-of-market actions perhaps more effectively, or under different mechanisms as they're currently using within the EIM market to get up to their RSE if they need to. But the concern would be we go out in the day-ahead market, the CAISO awards all this capacity, and we get to the real time and it's not enough. We've talked about talked about reliability issues earlier, but there's always been this discussion from the CAISO side that there would be this sharing between regions. But if we don't procure enough capacity and energy within ISO, we may fail the RSE, and then we lose those sharing benefits entirely, and it falls completely to the CAISO operators to start exceptionally dispatching and doing whatever they can, which could again be limited to make that up.
Yeah, Josh, I think this is similar to the concern that I heard Michelle raise earlier regarding, is the uncertainty procurement target for IRU high enough to address all variations that can occur, or all the different permeations and changes that can occur between the day ahead and the real-time time frame. The IRU target is for net load uncertainty, which would be the demand and the VER uncertainty. To the extent that our operators, for other reasons, would need to continue to make RUC adjustments, I think Brad earlier referenced the concept of having replacement capacity should AS need to be dispatched to have that online. I think they'd still have that availability. So I don't think this precludes operators from ever making RUC adjustments if they feel like those adjustments are necessary to be reliable going into real time.
Okay, thank you for that.
Sure.
Josh, this is George Angelidis. I'd like to ask a clarifying question here to make sure that we addressed your intended scenario. Are you referring to edge conditions where uncertainty materializes beyond what we procured in the day-ahead market? Or you're referring to situations of how we can make sure that all these transfers that they were scheduled in EDAM were actually going to be available and contribute or taken under consideration in the resource efficiency evaluation in EIM? What was your scenario?
I think the scenario is more of the first, George, because obviously deliverability is much more of a real-time concern. There will be topography changes in transmission. There will be resource outages. I think those things go beyond what we can really account for effectively in this process. I'm looking much more at the condition where you've estimated an uncertainty level, you've procured the capacity, but the materialized uncertainty is far greater than what was accounted for. And the example was December 18th, 2021, I believe, in the data that you provided to the MSC, where materialized uncertainty was considerably greater than, in some hours, than the IR targets would have been, even with RUC.
I see.
And in those conditions, in those cases, if the operators don't have a mechanism to take action, especially if the real-time must-offer obligation is removed from the RA fleet, then the CAISO could very easily start failing the resource efficiency evaluation, the real-time EIM, real-time sufficiency evaluation in those intervals, because the targets were too low and not enough capacity was procured. And that would then cut us off from the Western EIM, which would have very significant reliability and financial impacts, all because we were just using a lower target than what was potentially available to the entire balanced authority area.
Okay. I think then you're talking about these edge scenarios, and I would point you to the recently posted STRO proposal for the EDAM. It has a section in there that describes the available actions on the behalf of the operators when you hit these conditions. And we welcome comments to that. We list a lot of procedures that are available, and it's not all of them, but we would like to hear how effective they can be in the scenarios and whether we need to do something more.
George, that's next week's problem.
Well, it's all a problem. It's a problem nonetheless.
Yeah, but that's
next week's opportunity.
That's next week's reading material. Sorry, I only have so many hours in the day. But thank you for the reference.
I understand.
I will go through and read that. The only reason I brought it up is because during the MSC call, when these came up, I had asked if we have done, I think, evaluation, not just against the materialized uncertainty, but also against the RSE and how these IR targets might match up. Because you guys did a really good job during the February MSC of putting that data out there in a way that was very easy to digest and was very, very helpful. So I was wondering if there was any effort to refine that against different targets, not simply the materialized uncertainty. And I do think the RSE test is a really important benchmark to go against. But thank you. And George, I look forward to diving into the EDAM straw proposal with a cup of tea and
all right,
and everything. Thank you very much, though.
Yeah, so we are 4.5 hours of talking. I'm starting to lose my voice a little bit. We are planning, like I mentioned, to do some follow-up data analysis. Now, the perspective of comparing imbalanced reserve to the EIM resource sufficiency evaluation is interesting. I don't think I have that on our list of things of data analysis to pursue, but it's probably worthwhile, and I will see if that's something that we can come up with. Okay, I think that's the end of the slides that I have to present.
Thank you, James. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Thank you, operator. As a reminder, please submit comments by end of day May 19th using the commenting tool linked on the initiative webpage. Please note the comment template will be posted to the same webpage on Monday, May 2nd. The next step is the publication of the draft final proposal, tentatively set for July 19th, then to the ISO Board of Governors and Western Energy Imbalance Market Governing Body joint meeting in September, with implementation for fall 2023. If you have any questions, please contact ISO Stakeholder Affairs at CAISO.com. Before we close today's meeting, the ISO is pleased to announce this year's Stakeholder Symposium, which will be held in person at the Safe Credit Union Convention Center in downtown Sacramento on November 9th and 10th. Registration for the event will be open in May, and a public notice will be issued once the site is available. If you have any questions, please feel free to contact us at symposiumreg@CAISO.com. Thank you for joining today's discussion. As a reminder, this meeting was recorded for informational and convenience purposes only. The video file will be posted on the initiative webpage for a limited time after this meeting. We look forward to receiving your comments and have a great rest of your day. Operator, you may now conclude the call.
That concludes our conference. Thank you for using Event Services. You may now disconnect.